The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting of March 5th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr., present. Madam Chair, 7 present at roll call.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we have a quorum this morning, so we are definitely ready and prepared to proceed. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Awesome. And could you please read today's agenda into the record? Mike, the clerk, please. Proceed. Check your mic.
It's on.
This mine.
Okay, you go on.
The 35th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will meet on Tuesday, March 5th, 2024 at 10 a.m. in the Earle Ottley Legislative Chambers, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Block 1, the committee will receive testimony from the West Indian Company Limited on the following: financial overview of the West Indian Company Limited for fiscal year 23 and 24. Status of the outstanding amount owed to the central government on the payment in lieu of taxes. Update on capital projects. Invited testifier is Mr. Anthony Ottley, President and CEO of the West Indian Company Limited. That's it for Block 1, Madam Chair.
You may proceed with Block 2 as well.
Okay.
Read the entire agenda.
Block 2, Bill number 350196, an act to amend Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Section 717C and 766C to establish a deadline for the GERS to resume the personal loan program, remove the 10 million annual aggregate amount and the 8% interest rate cap, limit the system's liability to $75,000 and set a parameter in Section 717 that all loans must be structured such that the payoff date occurs before the retiree reaches age 70. Invited testifiers are Mr. Angel E. Dawson, Jr., Administrator of the Government Employees Retirement System, Mr. Dwayne Colwood, Sr., Board Chairman, GERS Governing Board. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This morning, we also have several non-committee members that have joined us. Good morning to Senator Kenneth L. Gittins on St. Croix, Senator Franklin D. Johnson on St. Croix, and Senator Milton E. Potter here with us in the chambers. Good morning, Senators. And thank you for being here. And of course, I have had as 10, but she's been here. Senator Carla J. Joseph, non-committee member. Thank you for being here. All right. Okay, so we're ready to proceed. Let me just say that this month is Virgin Islands History Month. And that's a very important month to us as Virgin Islanders. It's also Women's History Month, and that's equally important to us here in the territory as we know of the suffrage of women throughout the world, and we know of our experiences here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And in a few days, on March 8, on Friday, March 8, we will be celebrating International Women's Day. So happy Women's History Month and happy International Women's Day to all women in our community and to all of the men who support women in our community, and most definitely happy Virgin Islands History Month. We have so much to be proud of as U.S. Virgin Islanders here in the territory. We must continue to do our best and pass on the mantle to those that will come after us. What matters is that they knew that we were here, and we did our part to ensure that their future is a bright one. So good morning to everyone. Good morning to the listening audience. Good morning to everyone that's here with us today. And today promises to be a robust day. We have with us today the leadership of the West Indian Company. And of course, we did not hear from them during the 2024 budget overview, as they were basically getting themselves back together as a result of the matters around COVID. But it's important that the people of the Virgin Islands hear from our West Indian Company, our Virgin Islands West Indian Company Limited. So we have the leadership with us today, and we're looking forward to hearing from them and to hearing, what's going on at WICO, where they're going, and what their challenges are, and how we can assist if that is necessary. So I'm going to ask the testifiers to kindly put your name and title on the record. And we're going to start with the President and Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Anthony Ottley.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Please recognize the mic of the testifiers. Start again. Try again. Could you try the other mic that's next to you? Yeah. Try to make Mr. Sabino.
Go ahead now, sir. Testing.
Awesome. You may proceed, Mr. Ottley. Name and title on the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Anthony A. Ottley, President and CEO of the West Indian Company Limited.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer, West Indian Company Limited.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Mark Sabino, Director of Marine and Cruise Services, the West Indian Company Limited.
All right, good morning, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. Who speaks to the West Indian Company this morning?
I do, Madam Chair.
You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson, 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr., Vice Chairman, committee members, non-committee members present, legislative staff, media, as well as the viewing and listening public, good morning. Sorry. I'm Anthony Ottley, President and CEO of the West Indian Company Limited. Thank you for the invitation to provide testimony on the company's financials, specifically WICO's projections, the status of our payment in lieu of taxes, and our capital projects. With me today are CFO Charlene Turnbull and Director of Marine Operations and Cruise Services Mark Sabino. As the West Indian Company Limited observed its 111th year of operation, we are proud to be the territory's premier cruise ship berthing facility and to be able to uphold the mission of our charter, which is to assist in the economic development of these islands. Today, 10 days shy of the date when the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention issued a no-sale order that shut down the cruise industry 4 years ago, WICO continues to recover from the effects of the COVID-19 global pandemic. WICO's passenger volumes for the past 20 years show a 70% increase in cruise ship arrivals and a 43% more passengers during fiscal year 23 as compared to fiscal year 22. Of the 262 ships and 837 passengers expected last year, 261 ships arrived, bearing 825,000 passengers. This translates to $6.4 million in revenue for the company from passenger fees and an estimated $136 million in passenger spending contributed to our economy. Our forecast for fiscal year 2024 has 281 confirmed berths, 20 more ships, or a 7.6% increase over a year ago arrivals, with 1 million passengers expected to visit. With ships arriving at At or almost at 100% capacity, we are encouraged by this season's actuals. Not one to rest on our laurels, the WICO team will consider business back to normal when berthing requests and passenger arrivals at least equal to or surpass the 1.1 million cruise visitors we received during the 2019 cruise season. We expect to achieve that goal during the 2025 cruise season. Turning to our financials, please find the relevant data enclosed in a separate attachment. More than 80% of our annual revenue is derived from our portion of the marine single tariff passenger fee or head tax, mooring and unmooring fees, as well as other service charges. WICO also receives income from water sales, warehouse rentals, and property rentals. The employee retention credit improved our cash flow during the off-season, a critical time for the company, and forgiveness of our PPP loan removed a significant liability from our balance sheet. These were key factors to our recovery from COVID-related losses. Considering our total obligations, it is imperative that we identify and pursue additional revenue streams as well as welcome more ships with more visitors to our shores. In that vein, WICO has transitioned its focus away from full dependency on cruise ships to diversifying its offerings on the dock and development of surrounding property. WICO has also begun discussions with cruise partners to get feedback and possible partnering on potential development opportunities. Turning now to capital projects. I would be remiss if I did not again express WICO's appreciation to Governor Albert Bryan Jr., the Public Finance Authority, and the 35th Legislature for approving $17 million in financing to the Virgin Islands Port Authority to dredge the Charlotte Amalia Harbor's access channel, its turning basin, and the berthing area along the WICO dock. We also extend our thanks to the Coastal Zone Management Committee for its approval. In addition to addressing the need for long overdue maintenance, the project will position WICO to receive more and larger ships, making us more attractive to cruise lines that have invested in those vessels. We also will become more competitive with other Caribbean ports as the lines have shared their challenges in finding ports that can readily berth these larger ships. In December 2022, VIPA and WICO submitted the application for the Charlotte Amalia Harbor maintenance dredging to the Army Corps of Engineers and expect to receive approval within the next few months. Other capital projects include working with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority and our engineering firm, Kimley Horn, to replace our deteriorating piping infrastructure to mitigate major water loss during pipe leakage. We are also in the process of replacing 2 of our compression fenders at our outer berth and plan on placing additional bollards and fenders to relieve the overloading on our current mooring configuration. Additional capital projects such as our new work skiff boat and replacement of our telecommunication system have been prioritized based on urgency and the availability of funds. I am compelled to add that although plans for Long Bay Landing remain tabled, WICO continues to receive inquiries from our cruise partners on the possibility of additional berthing capabilities in the area. Regrettably, we are forced to turn ships away due to high demand and limited berths. Progress on our port dredging aside, WICO's growth and progress continue to be stymied by the burdensome $700,000 annual payment in lieu of taxes, which now exceeds $10 million. Of all our challenges, this remains the most persistent and impactful. It also is one of the most easily remedied. The WICO pilot was set at $500,000 annually in 1999 and then increased to $1 million in 2003, which was at the time when WICO was Charlotte Amalia's primary port and Crown Bay was a spillover docking facility used to accommodate ships when there was no room at the WICO dock. During that time, WICO's annual passenger visits averaged 1.7 to 1.8 million passengers, and WICO was able and did in fact make those payments along with dividend payments to our parent company. The pilot was later reduced to its current amount, but remains excessive due to a myriad of international, national, and local events since the late 1990s, which have contributed to a drastic reduction in the company's revenue. Most notably is the development of Crown Bay and the Austin Bay Monsanto Marine Terminal, which siphoned more than 30% of WICO's cruise ship traffic to its facilities without the company receiving the immediate necessary reduction in its pilot. This immediately resulted in a 35% reduction in WICO's average passenger visits, down from 1.7 million to between 1.1 to 1.2 million passengers. As shown in the accompanied slide, since the territory experienced Hurricanes Irma and Maria, coupled with the 18-month period of no ships due to the COVID-19 pandemic, WICO has yet to return to normal cruise season. However, as mentioned earlier, we expect more normal numbers in 2025. We maintain that a pilot commensurate with the percentage of our annual revenue, as originally proposed when WICO was purchased, would be preferable, as it would allow WICO to meet our obligation to the government of the Virgin Islands and improve the company's credit rating, thereby allowing us to borrow for capital improvements. Addressing this challenge is the first step in restoring the financial community's confidence in WICO as a sound investment. It also will strengthen our position as a company. As is my custom before concluding, I take this time to publicly salute the men and women of the West Indian Company Limited for their professionalism, patience, flexibility, resilience, strength, and unity, especially over the past 4 years. On behalf of the WICO Board of Directors, thank you for what you do for the company, for cruise tourism, and for the territory. Each one of you is an essential part of a unique entity that continues a legacy of service to this community. I have a deep respect and appreciation for each and every one of you and your role in the company's success. Madam Chair, my team and I remain available to address in detail any concerns you and your colleagues might have. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Ottley. And before we go to the first senator, let me just get some information. So currently, your passenger fees is how much?
Currently, the passenger fees to the cruise lines is $14.64.
$14.64. And of that amount, how is that money allocated?
WICO for
Overall.
sorry?
Overall.
Okay. Overall, for WICO receives $7.80 for every passenger that comes to WICO, and Port Authority receives $7.84. Or, well, outside of the marine tax that they get, which is $1, they receive $6.84. So in total, we receive $7.80, and they receive $7.84 for passengers coming to WICO, and passengers going to Crown Bay, they receive the entire $15.64.
I only asking about yours.
My apologies.
Stay
Sorry.
focused on WICO.
Got it.
$14.64, $7.80, $7.84.
Correct.
That's a deviation. And then you also collect a dollar tax. So you collect.
No, we don't. We don't.
Oh, the dollar is collected
By Port
by
Authority.
Port Authority. Okay, so that's where you're confusing me. So we ain't talking about the dollar.
My apologies.
Got it. Okay, so, and of that 780 that you keep, that's WICO, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Of that 780, how do you break down that 780? As far as your capital projects, on an annual basis, your capital projects, your operating expenses, et cetera.
As far as that is concerned, I would let my CFO advise on the breakdown, but that 780 is what is utilized for all of our expenses. But on a pro rata basis, Ms. Chardine, you might be able to address that.
Do you have a capital budget?
Yes, we do.
So do you have a capital budget over year on year, or a 5-year capital budget and you could keep moving the goalposts on an annual basis? What do you have?
I would say it's like a 3-year plan.
So you have a capital budget for 3 years. Okay, so let's hear the numbers.
Okay.
Oh,
so
could you put your name and title on the record again?
Charlene Turnbull, CFO, WICO.
Okay.
Can you repeat the question so I can make sure that I respond?
Okay, so
to it?
of the $7.80 that is received by WICO for the passenger fees, I'm trying to get a breakdown of your operating and your capital. How do you deviate or break down that money on an annual basis to support your operating expenses and your capital outlay?
Right now, the entire $7.80 is used to cover operating expenses.
So how do you have a, because I think I saw y'all have bond proceeds or something.
Right.
You have a bond debt?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so there is no planning. So how are you replacing your bollards? That's a capital expense, or is that a?
It's a capital expense. We have, as part of our bond proceeds, funds set aside for capital projects.
Okay.
So what we do is we make sure that we plan to use those proceeds to assist us with capital projects, to reimburse the funds that we use. But at this point, the entire 780 goes towards operating expenses.
Okay, so let me be a little clearer. So, what was the amount of the last bond that you floated?
$52.6 million.
Okay, and of that $52.6 million, you have projects that are associated with that 52.6, right? It was
Correct.
specific to specific projects, correct?
Correct.
So do you have a listing that you could share with the committee around the projects associated with the $52.6 million? Because I think that would help us to understand what your capital projects are.
Okay, so first let me clarify for the listening audience. The entire $52.6 million is not designated for capital projects.
Okay.
There's only a portion of the bond proceeds that's designated for capital projects.
Can we get that information?
Yes, you may.
So, and the reason why we need the information is because as we have the discussion, you said that you don't have a capital program that you budget for annually, then it means that your bond proceeds, you're using those funds for your capital program, correct?
Correct.
So we would like to see what those capital projects are. So is there any way do you have that near you that you could send it over to my office so we can get it, please? Okay.
Yes, you may.
Okay, so we would need to see that. And then of the $52.6 million, what is your debt service on those bonds? Because I guess you're taking those funds from your operating naturally to pay your bond. So what's your annual, what are you in for annually on your bond payments?
$3.3 million.
3.3, and how often do you pay that?
Twice annually.
Okay. So you pay it 2 times a year, and you're up to date on that?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, perfect. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. We're going to go to a 4-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, present. Let's talk about the pilot. Explain to the people what the pilot stands for.
Senator, the pilot stands for payment in lieu of taxes.
Good. You mentioned that the payment in lieu of taxes, how much is supposed to be annually?
Annually, right now, it's $700,000.
And you said it's about $10 million presently?
Correct, a little over $10 million that has accumulated.
Okay, so how come it's at $10 million? When last have you paid it?
The last time we paid it was in 2019. That was for year 2018. And prior to that, we paid it in 2005. Like I mentioned in the testimony, in 2006, when we lost our revenue, we weren't able to make payments after then.
Okay, so you have a 3-year budget. What years are those the 3-year budget right now? When does it end?
When does the 3-year?
I go hold my time?
No, I'm sorry. The 3-year budget ends next year.
Okay, so it's for 25, 24, 23.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so in any of those budgets, part of the budget, is any money going toward the pilot, to pay the pilot down?
In that budget, we do have the pilot listed, but our inability to pay the pilot, we haven't been able to pay the pilot. For 23, and based on our numbers, like I mentioned, and I included projections for 25, we still have not reached to the point where we may be able to pay the pilot.
Okay, how many employees do you have?
Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer, 31 employees.
31?
Correct.
Okay. When last have your employees received a wage increase?
October 2023.
And what was that percentage? Or how was it? What was the amount? Total amount aggregate of the wage increase for the 31 employees?
It was 3%, but I don't have the exact number right
Okay.
now. I can get it for you.
And prior to that, 23, when did they receive one prior to 2023?
Prior to 2023, we were experiencing losses due to COVID.
1 minute.
So we weren't in a position to offer a raise increase.
Okay, so in the wage increase of the 31 employees, everyone received from the CEO and everybody down?
Yes, Senate.
Sorry. Not the CEO, from everybody else.
So, okay, so your assistant and everybody down?
Correct.
Okay. So in the pilot, what would it take for you to pay down
30
or
seconds.
even start paying down something on the pilot, or seek any type of reduction from what you have to pay for a period of time or anything? Do you have any had any discussions of that in regards to the pilot?
Well, I would say in order to pay down the pilot, we definitely have to reach back to our 1.1 to 1.2 million passengers. At that point, we have
Time.
a little bit more space around our collar to consider payment, but as I mentioned, even with our numbers being in the 1.1 to 1.2 million space, it's still a challenge in being able to pay anything, and that's why we haven't made the payments. It wasn't because we chose not to pay, it's because financially we really cannot pay it.
Okay, thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So on your historical performance document, this one, right?
Okay.
Did you receive federal funding? What did you call the funding? The PPP funding?
We did.
Okay, so and that funding covered your, what did it cover?
Payroll cost.
And in your historical performance, where did you make accommodations for that in your reporting to show that you receive funding to support your operating expenses? Because we see that your revenues were very low in 21. 22, we started to see them coming back. Well, 20, you saw it going down. Then 21, of course, it went much lower. And 22, low. And then we saw a $10 million number in 23. But where are you accounting for those grants, if you will, that actually covered your revenues for those fiscal years that we were experiencing COVID. And I asked a question because you showed your operating revenues. Let's use 21, because I think that's the year when we really started to, is it 20? 20 and 21. You have expenses of 7 million, revenues of 1.1. But if you look back over the years, there was no way that you would be able to cover those expenses if you did not get the funding from COVID, but there's no reflection of that in your performance report. There must be some line that shows that you received a grant to support your loss.
Charlene Turnbull again. It will be reflected, or it was reflected, rather, in the non-operating revenue.
Okay, so the non-operating revenue is reflected as a negative. So your operating revenue is reflected as a positive, but your non-operating is reflected as a negative. That's a little confusing for me. So you need to look at this and we need to flesh this out a little more. It's revenue is revenue, whether it's non-operating or operating. So it should be reflected as a positive because it's funding coming in that you were able to use, right? So that I have a little concern with this. I'm not understanding. It's probably a scrivener's error in how the report is presented, because then it kind of skews the bottom line of this report. Mr. Post Editor? Are you looking at what I'm looking at? This. Okay, so we're going to have to get that. All right, so I'm going to go to the next senator. Senator Francis Jr., recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers from the West Indian Company, as well as good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ottley, and thank you for answering my partnership question in advance. Because I'm going to ask about that, and we'll come to that a little bit later on. But in your discussion about the pilots, have you done a white paper or some type of a position to this body in regards to how do you believe the offset of the pilot will benefit or have significantly impacted WICO?
Well, as far as the pilot liability, it continues to be.
The question is whether or not there's a white paper. Has there been any documentation in respect to something that we could review to be able to make an informed decision on? Because obviously you're saying that there is a significant impact to WICO.
No, we don't have a white paper, but we can provide that to you.
I would highly suggest that if in fact you want us to be able to consider something, it needs to be properly documented. And I think the vehicle by which we are able to truly see what's happening within WICO and your request for us to give some consideration to the pilot reduction should be done via, the vehicle should be a white paper.
Okay, we'll get that to you post haste because we have all the information to provide.
Very well. Thank you for that. Also, can you speak to, when was your last audit?
We're actually undergoing an audit now, but I think the last completed audit was 2020.
2021.
Completed?
Completed.
Okay.
Very well. And when is the next one? You say you're going through it right now? When is that due?
Correct. We're in process. I can't give you the estimated time of completion, but we're in the process of completing fiscal year 2022 audit.
Very well. And what is required in terms of when are you due to submit that audit to the board or industry standard? When is that due? Any timeline?
Well, right now, our audit rolls up into PFA. So prior to, I think 3 years ago, we did our audits privately, but right now it rolls up into the parent company. So that ultimately rolls up into the government. So I can't speak to when it is due at this particular moment, but we are working in concert with PFA to get that completed.
Okay. Outside of your $15.64 for passenger fees, what are the other revenues that you benefit from?
Well, let me just clarify something quick. Ultimately, it's $14.64. The marine tax is an additional dollar. So outside of the $14.64,
1 minute.
We do have some warehouse rentals. We also have services to the cruise lines that where we get additional revenues from.
Let's talk about what is the creativity or innovation that's being developed. You mentioned in your testimony about diversification.
Correct.
What is the what is the innovation that's being developed or diversification that speaks to how are you being able to
30
attract
seconds.
additional revenues? For example, is there an opportunity for you to be able to get the cruise ship to pay for electrical connections, for example, tendering? What is happening in that space?
Yeah, well, we're looking at different things. Shorter power with the cruise lines is something that we are considering. We had started talks with WAPA on that. We also looking at additional water supply to the cruise ship. That is a significant amount of revenues that we are able to get. We're also looking at developing our undeveloped land up at Estate Liverpool, and where we'll be working with the cruise lines for their input and possible partnering if that opportunity arises.
Thank you. Obviously, my time has been called, but I will encourage and implore that, in fact, you should move beyond just discussion of those issues. I mean, you talk about short to powering, developing of the land as well as water supply. Obviously, you need to start to build additional revenue, so you should make those a priority and really work towards, again, trying to build additional revenues in this very complex and challenging times. I think it's now time for you to engage, those next steps. Thank you very much for your response. Thank you very much for the time, Madam.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So just to flesh out that conversation a little further, because it is an important discussion. If we are, talking about, dialing back on a pilot, we also need to show, you also need to show that you are doing everything within your ability, every opportunity to generate additional revenues. So going back to what my colleague asked earlier about the shore to power, that's what it's called?
Ship to shore. Ship to shore.
Ship to shore. So what are you doing, or truly doing around that?
Well, we have spoken with a couple cruise lines on it. We have not drilled down on it. Some of the challenges that we do have, as far as our property is concerned, certain effects of our agreements and stuff we had with ESSO when we were oil bunkering many years ago, that creates challenges to setting up certain infrastructure on our property. So there's some additional work that we have to do on that realm, but it is something that we definitely moving towards to have that conversation, because the ships are interested in it. One of the challenges that we have ultimately, which is definitely not holding up the process, is how much we would be able to offer that to the ships based on the amount of power, the amount that it costs us in power from WAPA currently. But that's not a hindrance. It is something that we're moving forward with.
So it is on your priority.
Correct.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the ship-to-shore power, I think when Julio Reimer was the CEO there, there was a plan that he discussed with me, and he showed me where, because that was my concern also, where I came from Sea Trade. And there was a plan that he had showed me in regards to ship-to-shore power. So I don't know if you're aware of it, but you probably could, see if you could find back up with him, get back with him and follow up. But he did show me a plan where at Waiko they were looking to try put that into effect. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So, just in my earshot, you're hearing different things about this situation. You're talking about when Mr. Reimer was there, that was when Reimer leave, they went. It's been a minute. I think where the frustration is for us, as a community, it's not even only as legislators, but as a community overall, what we continue to hear over and over is that is something that's in the pipeline. But as we look at time is just sailing away, and we are still in the same place. So, I mean, I'm not certain what discussions are being truly had with yourself, with your board, with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Is there really true earnest conversation, or is it something that you're looking to restart? Because a lot of times when people leave, then the conversation leaves with them. So what's the true skinny on this?
Well, the true thing, Skinny, as you put it, we have started conversations with 2 lines in particular, but we have not drilled down any further than having those conversations with WAPA. I did not have a personal discussion with Mr. Reimer when he was there on it, but it is something that has come up in our board meetings also, as that being something that we definitely need to look into. So that is on our priority list.
All right. So when we end our budget season, we're going to bring you back, because you didn't come last year, so you're going to come back. So we expect to hear some sort of progress around this once you return. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I don't want to belabor this issue, but I think that WAPA is in a perfect storm. There's a number of individuals that's now jumping off the grid and establishing their own power source. So here is an opportunity for us to be able to backfill that. So not just that you should be going to WAPA, but WAPA should be coming to you as a means of being able to, again, build additional revenues and be able to provide this vital source to our cruise ship as a means of being innovative. And when you talk about diversification, that is the perfect storm that we're in, and I think that you should really pursue that. And, we'll also communicate that to WAPA, because there is a great opportunity there for that to happen. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing, listening audiences, staff, central staff, good morning. CEO Ottley and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. Let me ask in respect to my line of questioning, because my colleagues have addressed some of what I wanted to ask, but let me ask you based on your testimony in respect to what was asked of you this morning, the financial overview of the West Indian Company Limited for 23-24. And one thing that stuck out to me in your testimony, you spoke to the tariff and a 30 to 35% loss in tariff fees. And you started to explain in respect to each ship that comes to WICO, you get $7.80.
That's correct.
And Crombie also receives a portion.
Port Authority, yes, of the head tax.
Okay, with that being said, let me ask you then, based on your testimony also, in December 2022, you stated that Viper and WICO submitted an application for the dredging of the shelter Marley Harbor to the Army Corps of Engineers. What's the status of that application?
Right. So WICO and Port Authority, as joint applicants, submitted an application. Viper is responsible, is the responsible party in that contract. We anticipate, based on a few hiccups along the way, that we should be getting final approval within, I would say, maybe a month to 3 months.
So, in respect to that also, since the tariff is your main bread and butter in terms of revenues, when was the last time that harbor was dredged? If you can remember.
Mark Sabino, Director Marine and Crew Services, West Indian Company. The last time the harbor was dredged, well, it's a very long time. I think it was back in 1997 when it was partially dredged to receive the first Vision class ship. Royal Caribbean was coming in, Adventure the Seas. It was unsuccessful. It was not something that was any substantial dredging. But before that, it was quite a time.
Well, let me ask you though, because in the testimony spoke to the harbor maintenance dredging. How often do maintenance dredging occur at our harbor?
Well, maintenance dredging should occur anywhere between every 5 to 8 years, depending on surveys that are done. So you do bathymetric surveys to see what's going on the seafloor.
1 minute.
And the reason for the dredging that's to take place right now is as a result of surveys that's showing that the harbor and the channel is closing in on us.
Very well. And the reason why I'm basically going there because I realize and I see when the mega ships come in these days, they all dock at the Conway site, and I've seen where
30
opportunities
seconds.
for us in the territory in terms of Waiko dock and dredging, and to assure that many ships that's stated in your testimony sometimes do not dock because there is no space, can actually dock there once we are basically prepped for them in terms of assuring that the harbor is dredged properly and they can come in and do what needs to be done at that point.
Time.
So again, in closing, Madam Chair, what short-term plans do you have in terms of bringing in more revenue? And I heard some mid and long-term. What short-term plan you have an instance? Because I know you have other activities going on the dock at night, etc. Do you have any outside of the back thinking plans to assist in the interim with revenues for Waiko dock?
Yes, Senator. Let me address that and what you said before, if I may. Concerning the ships and the size of the ships, though we are not able to receive like the Oasis class that comes to Crown Bay, we still do accept large class ships, like the largest class ship of the Carnival fleet at this time comes to Waiko. The challenge that we have at Waiko, even with that ship, though it's a bit smaller than the Oasis class, is that there's only a certain area on our dock where we can put that ship. So, for instance, if depending on the time when that ship comes in, we may be able to take another ship if we can move that ship to our inner berth. But the challenge that we have with the inner berth is that it is too shallow based on runoff from the, during storms, etc., to be able to move that ship. So that's another instance where we could lose ships or where we need the dredging done. Concerning what you're mentioning, we are looking at alternate ways of short-term revenue, as you mentioned, such as we're looking at, possibly using our lay-down yard or undeveloped concrete covered space for, leasing to short-term leasing. We're looking at possibly doing some parking, getting revenue on parking, because parking ends up being a challenge. We have a new hotel coming up on GERS's property, so that may be another opportunity for something with parking. We have heard some buzz about the hotel that should be starting at Yacht Haven Grand, another opportunity. So we're looking at other short-term stuff in the immediacy that we are considering.
Thank you so much for your response. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your time.
Let's talk about leases. So what are you generating now on a annual basis in leases? I know that you're no longer managing the properties for GRS. So what are you generating on leases?
Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer. We're generating close to $1 million in leases at this point.
Per
Per year, annually.
Annually? Okay, so what is your, what do you generate annually on the Yacht Haven Grand property?
I can give you that figure if you give me a second.
And while she's looking for that, are you still responsible for providing maintenance to the Katrinberg property?
Yes, we are.
And how much annually are you spending on Katrinberg maintenance?
Okay. Ms. Turnbull would get you that. What I will say is currently the Katrinberg property does have a lease to the office of the governor that we've had from 1993. And I must say that this administration has taken on a lot of the costs of maintenance up at Katrinberg.
So there's a current lease in place with the GVI and WICO for the use of the space?
An ongoing lease, correct.
Ongoing lease.
From
And that lease-
1993.
And that lease is not inclusive of maintenance?
It is.
So then you don't have a maintenance obligation?
No, there's still some maintenance stuff like structural damages and stuff that we're responsible for outside of the maintenance per
You're talking
se.
about capital? Capital?
Correct.
Okay, do you have the information for Yacht Haven?
Close to $473,000.
What's the number?
$472,900.
And that's how much a month?
I think it's about almost $40,000 a month.
So Yacht Haven pays WICO $40,000 per month for that space. And how long is that lease for?
Until 2052. Madam Chair, if I may correct something for the record. Previously, you asked a question about a PPP loan, and I misspoke, and I just wanted to make the correction for the record. It's not a revenue item; it's actually a loan, and it will not appear on the income statement. So that's why it's not reflected.
I thought that we said that it was a grant.
PPP.
I thought it was converted. I thought that with the PPP loans, eventually, once you did all that you were supposed to do, you kept the employees, and it would be forgiven. So you have not reached the forgiven stage yet?
Yes, we have. So it's a loan, and then it's forgiven, and then it's reversed off the books.
Okay, right. So based on your correction, then let's just ask the non-operating revenue that we're seeing here for 2020, $2.6 million. Those revenues are from where?
For which way, Madam Chair?
On this
2021?
Yeah, you have non-operating revenue 2.6, 2.7. Do you have a line of credit or something? 2.6, 2.7 in 21, 1.6 in 22.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a second. Let me get that information for you.
Okay, while you do that, I'm going to go to the next senator. Senator James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Before I get into my line of questioning, I would like to express my sincere condolences to the family and friends of Mr. Hugh Emberton, also known as Mr. P. Good morning. Good morning. My question is, with the situation with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, it is not new to us. I remember this conversation on the Senate floor. As far as an assessment on a cost to deal with this water loss issue with the pipe leakage, have you conducted an assessment, and what is the total cost?
Good day, Senator. We actually have run some numbers, and we anticipate the pipe infrastructure replacement of the water pipe. You have a list of it? How much was it? I'll get that to you in a couple seconds. In respect for your
speak
time.
about the total cost to deal with that pipe leakage. as far as what you paid to the Water and Power Authority, what has been done between both parties to make sure? Well, you pay them, right, for access to the water?
Yes, we pay for water from WAPA. Correct.
So in the interim, or for all this time that we had this pipe leakage, was there a resolution to make sure that you're not paying the full price, knowing that there's a major loss of water?
No, Senator. We actually have a sort of a repayment plan. We have been able to find a lot of those leaks, and our leaking now is somewhat minimal. So we are in a repayment plan, not official, but we end up paying 2 months going forward. So we anticipate that by the end of this year, we should have a zero balance with WAPA.
Awesome, because what I'm seeing here with WICO, there are several instances where there are leakage, and when I say leakage of funds, not necessarily water. Because I saw here where you mentioned that 30% of WICO shift traffic to its facilities. No, you were saying that you're being affected by the Crown Bay and the Austin Bay Monsanto Marina Terminal, the high traffic in that area, and you're saying that it was never reduced as far as the cost. I am not in the loop, so can you just explain to us what that conversation is looking like to reduce that cost, knowing that those other ports took away that traffic?
Okay, so in a nutshell, in essence of your time, that was reflected in 2006 when
1 minute.
Crown Bay opened. So we got a loss in revenue and ships at that point. However, the pilot at that time was never reduced, or consideration for a reduction was never made. Though we had a significant loss in revenue, we were never, it was
30
never considered
seconds.
to reduce the pilot at that time.
Okay, and as far as the previous question regarding the assessment of how much it would cost to fix the pipe leakage, you found that number?
750.
Yes, somewhere in the neighborhood of 750,000 to 900,000.
700,000 to 900,000.
Time.
My time was just called. Madam Chief, I could just ask one last question and then
Sure.
we'll wrap up. Okay. And you mentioned improving the company's credit rating. You spoke about it briefly. Can you just go into some more details as far as how you plan to achieve that, so you can be able to go to the market and be able to get some funds to deal with these capital projects or improvements?
Well, one of the challenges that we had even last year when we got our bond financing is the pilot payment, which continues to be a growing liability that's, on the cusp of becoming a going concern during our audit. So when I mentioned, remedying that, definitely it puts WICO, the company, in a much better solid financial footing if we were able to reduce our liabilities, that being the major one.
Okay, in respect of my colleagues, I will end right there. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. And if you can just submit to the chair that number that you just sent to us, the 750,000 to 900,000 for the water loss, we can be able to monitor that situation. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Mrs. Turnbull, do you have the information?
Okay, a major part of, I know it's $2.8 million. At least 2.3 million is related to interest due to the bank loan.
Okay, so stay right there.
Right.
So y'all have a line of credit?
No,
Y'all
we
have something
don't.
going on?
Well, we
Y'all
had
get that service, right?
correct.
So your debt service is 2.7. So you don't have, who's your debt, your debt, your loan with for the debt? Who do you have that with?
So if we're referring to fiscal year 21, we're referring to Banco Popular, am I correct? We're referring to fiscal year 2021 or referring to currently?
So Madam Chair, let me just...
Wait, one
Sorry.
second. Let me wrap my head around this. You have this noted in all of your fiscal years, right? So your debt service, I'm seeing that information in the fiscal years, but I'm asking, you are the one that indicated about interest expense, right? Correct?
Correct.
So, do you have a loan, a line of credit, whatever that is, outside of your $52.6 million? And who is that with?
No, we don't have a loan outside of the $52.6 million.
So how are you filling the delta? So you shared earlier that your $52.6 million, a portion of it is capital, correct?
Correct.
So of that amount, how much is for, what are those other things? Is it operating? What is it?
Okay, so the $52.6 million is bond proceeds.
Mm-hmm.
And within those bond proceeds is funding for capital projects.
And the total capital projects is how much?
I think it's somewhere around $2 million, but I can get you the exact figure.
So then the 50 million is what?
Is refinancing the loan that we had with Banco Popular.
Oh, so it's a refi.
Correct.
So you guys are just paying the debt down, basically.
Correct.
Yeah. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So you guys did a refi for 50 million.
No. That's why I wanted to make.
Okay, so clarify that.
Okay, so 42 million thereabouts was the balance on the Banco Popular loan that we refinanced with floating bonds, Series A and Series B. The remaining we set aside for capital projects that we knew that we wanted to do.
So that's 44
and we
million.
also funded CAPI for the first year.
Where's CAPI?
Capital interest.
Oh, capital interest, okay. Okay. Got it. All right, so give me the 2.3 number again. 2.3 was for what? Interest?
Correct.
Okay, keep going.
So 700,000 is an expense to the pilot. I mean to the pilot.
It's an obligation, it's an expense that you're not making, correct?
Correct.
But you've subtracted it as if you've performed it.
Well, you have to book the expenditure because you do owe it until
Right.
we're relieved of the debt. We have to book the expenditure.
Understood. So because you booked it, let's use 2020. You have a cash flow available of 3.6, right? But these are expenditures that you booked. So you basically what I'm saying here is you're basically bleeding off the paper, right? Meaning that you are showing a hole for all these years, literally. Other than, I think 2020, 3.6, 21, 5.4, 22, 4 million, right? Based on this report.
Correct.
And then in 23, we started to see where you're doing some recovery. You recovered in 23, somewhat. Yeah,
Somewhat.
Yes, you recovered in 23, $2 million, right? But
Correct.
then you're projecting in 24 to see another. Why is it that we're seeing the decrease in 24 over 23?
Well, in 2023, had a revenue adjustment for contracts that we have with the cruise lines.
Okay. So you are projecting that your revenues in 2024, which is this year that we're in, correct?
Correct.
That you're going to see a 1.3, give or take, $1 million decrease.
Correct.
Okay. So explain that contract thing, so we could understand what's going on. Yeah, I mean, we do. It's complex, but I think we could understand it if you explain it. So, what's the reason for we're seeing more ships? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Is that an accurate
That's accurate.
analysis? So we're seeing more ships, but we're seeing a decrease in our operating revenues, and you're saying that's tied to contract adjustments, etc. So what is that?
Excuse me, Senator, if I may. Of course, I'll have Ms. Turnbull address that, but any discussions diving deep into the contracts with the cruise lines, I'd prefer to be tabled for now for maybe an executive session.
I don't have an issue with that. I think you are smart enough to give me a high level on what that means. So
Well,
you don't have to get into the details.
Right.
I just need to know contract adjustment.
Okay.
Based on what?
Yeah,
So
we
I
definitely
totally
can-
understand that, because this is we're in a competitive market. And,
Right.
this is your intellectual property, so I understand that.
Right. So some of the challenges that we've had with the cruise lines after COVID affected the amount of ships that were sent to the different destinations. So based on our contract, there are different obligations if you have a force majeure versus regular time, and determinations as far as what is due are made based on that. So outside of that, I'm definitely open to having a more open conversation, but in the essence of contract negotiations, et cetera, with the cruise lines, I would much rather table that for now.
Okay, I can appreciate that. We just need to understand your financials. I think that's our primary concern. So, Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you and to all my colleagues. I was also wondering, Madam Chair, if we have a post-audit report of any sort?
No, we received this information yesterday, so we don't have a post-audit report, but they do have you should have received that email where they shared with us their historical financial performance, the balance sheet, and the income statement. We did not put it on the drive because, to Mr. Ottley's point, this is information that we need to keep there and near to us. Okay, so it's not on the drive, but it was shared with you.
Understood. Thank you. Good morning, CEO, Mr. Ottley.
Morning, Senator.
I do have a few questions, but first, I believe I should start by just stating in the record that, given your testimony, I really expected some more flesh to this bone of this testimony. When I looked at the official agenda and the request that was made, it says that we should receive testimony from West Indian Company Limited in the following areas: a financial review of FY23 and FY24, status on the outstanding amounts owed to the central government on the payments in lieu, and update of your capital projects. And I really, hearing your testimony, felt that that really didn't come across how it should. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Let's speak a little bit about what you did say in your testimony. You really mentioned some other areas through which WICO generates revenue. And you mentioned water sales, warehouse rentals, and property rentals. Can you provide us a breakdown And I would have loved to see that within your testimony details. I understand there's some appendix that was added on to, but can you break those categories that you mentioned in testimony? What is the revenue that you generated in 2023?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, Senator. Charlene Turnbull, CFO, Waco. So 80% of our revenue for fiscal year 2023, which amounts to about $8.6 million is due to passenger fees, dockage, mooring and unmooring, and water sales. So that's makes up about 84%, 8.9 million, pardon?
I said you have the water sale income that you receive mixed with the tax you receive per passenger head.
Okay, so I can give you the water sales if you would like that separately.
Yeah, because you mentioned in testimony the breakdown of water sale, warehouse rental, and property rental. So I would like the breakdown of those three categories that you mentioned in your testimony.
Okay, I can. Passenger fees, it's about 81% of total revenue of $10.6 million. Water sales of $268,000 is about 3%. Rental of warehouses is about 4%. It's around 400,000. Rental of land is around 473 or 472,900 or 4% of total revenue. And miscellaneous is around 829,000 or 8% of total revenues shown for the total amount of $10.6 million.
Any other revenue income stream that you have not mentioned?
30 seconds.
No.
Okay. CEO, I know a while back we had conversation about a merge of VIPA and WICO. What's your position in regards to that?
Well, as of right now,
yeah, I was going to say, don't you feel we're duplicating efforts and there's some sort of,
Time.
right now you're having some challenges, percentage of the funding per head tax that goes to VIPA. Elaborate a little bit on that, please.
which part? The merger?
Yes, sir.
Well, right now, based through the Office of the Governor, I think that has been tabled for now. I know there's challenges based on our bondholders and requirements and based on bondholders. I anticipate, of course, I can't speak for VIPA, but I'm sure there's challenges based on requirements by their bondholders also. So right now, that I think has been tabled for now.
Very well. I think my time has been called, so I will yield. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good morning. Welcome to all the testifiers. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Blessings, we continue to give thanks and praises to the Most High. You know, the WICO Corporation, right? This is significant, and I'm glad that I have an opportunity. You see, we were part of the Danish West Indies, and when the Americans purchased the Danish West Indies, we became the United States Virgin Islands. Or officially, I think it's the Virgin Islands of the United States. But anyway, but the Danish people kept the two most significant properties in St. Thomas, the WICO Dock, and like Madam Chair was discussing, Katrina Borg, where the governor lives. The Danish kept that. And In 1993, the government of the Virgin Islands bought this company. Besides, WICO is the company that brought electricity to St. Thomas in 1914. But I want to ask you here, the Public Finance Authority, right, in Act number 5826, Section 3A, the Public Finance Authority authorized $48 million in bonds, and it was financed by Banco Popular. And you're telling us that of that $48 million bond, it's still a balance of $42 million? Is that what you're saying? From 1993, it gone down. Explain it to me. It was a $48 million purchase by the Public Finance Authority to acquire WICO. What's the balance of that right now?
Right now, with our bondholders, it's $52 million. And Senator, let me just give a little bit more.
No. My time is running. Just answer the question. I don't need any information because I got some. Okay, so also, right, this corporation, right, do not pay any taxes. That's in VI law. But you're supposed to, by Section 9 of the Act, you're supposed to provide annual audited financial statements to the legislature. Do you provide annual audited financial statements to the legislature?
As far as I know, yes, Senator.
Yes. Madam Chair, can I have the post auditor answer that question on the audited financial statements? They are supposed to provide audited financial statements according to the Act 5826, Section 9. Mr. Post Auditor, do we receive audited financial statements annually from WICO? Madam Chair, hold my time, please.
Wendell Gaskin, Post Auditor. Senator, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, good. And maybe Anthony Ottley, you probably don't even know that, but so please provide us with the audited financial statement. Okay, I want to go back to a couple questions because what is the bond rating, and do you issue bonds for WICO, or does the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority issue your financing bond? How is it structured? WICO issue the bonds, or the Public Finance Authority issues the bonds?
We went to the bond market, WICO,
Okay.
with the approval of the parent company, PFA.
Okay, and what is your bond rating for WICO right now?
1 minute.
Senator, I don't have that information for you right now, but I can get that to you.
Okay, so it's a A, B, AAA, BB, you don't know? Okay, through the chair, can we provide that? Okay, I want to go to your total assets, right? Because I have some concerns here. Your total assets is 45,007,9918, but your total liability is 66
30
million.
seconds.
So your liabilities is 21 million more than your assets. You mentioned here the Long Bay landing remains tabled due to berthing. And I imagine this is something that you would need to increase your revenues, yes or no?
Yes, that's something we would like.
Okay, explain that to us, because that's part of the job of the legislature. You come before the legislature and tell us how the legislature can help you. And I think maybe this is an area to help you. So with my remaining, Madam Chair, can I just finish? Okay, with the remaining time, the chair's time, can you explain to the legislature how you need this Long Bay landing project to go forward so that WICO can be in a better financial position?
Well, Senator, let me just say that we continue to get requests from our current lines and also new lines in additional berthing, which, based on the size of the ships, we're not able to supply. We're looking at other ways on how we could get ships on the slower days, but that still does not negate the fact that the majority, the lion's share of cruises sailing out of Florida leave on a Saturday and Sunday. So we are seeing somewhat of a shift, but still that does not take care of like a classic partner in MSC, which has the most ships being built now that want to enter into, that want to have a berthing agreement with WICO, which we're not able to offer, and other ships. I don't know if Sabina want to expound a bit on that. Quickly.
Good day. Mark Sabino, Director Marine Crew Services, West Indian Company. Senator, the Long Bay Landing would give us more capacity. And it's my job to try to fill those slots that we request. Unfortunately, we have to keep turning ships away. And we definitely would increase our revenue if we increase our capacity. And that's in a nutshell right there.
Yeah, and thank you very much. I think Mr. Ottley, Mr. Sabino, and Ms. Turnbull, I think you guys are doing a fabulous job and continue doing the great work that you do for the community. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leniency and blessings.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So we did receive the capital improvement plan. Senators, you should have gotten it in your email by now. So your FY24, what's your fiscal year?
October to September.
So you have the same fiscal year as the central government, okay.
Correct.
Repair. So you have so the piping and infrastructure, you're using bond proceeds, the water tank replacement, bond proceeds, and these projects should be completed by the end of this fiscal year? That's what your report says.
Correct, but we're having a shift in that.
So when they're going to be done?
Well, we anticipate the water project to be done. We won't be able to complete it during the off season. A lot of the work needs to be done, outside of the shipping season. So many of those capital projects have to be done during that time. So we anticipate by the end of the off season of 2025, we should have that completed.
So y'all are not giving any consideration to the off season that we're heading to in the next couple of months?
Yes, we are, but we have other projects working on with that also.
I see. And then, so then this report needs to be updated?
Correct.
Okay, so can we get a true picture? Because if we don't get a true picture, then when you come back, then it will be like, oh, you said this and it didn't happen. So we need a true picture. Same thing for the, I see that you need permitting from the Army Corps of Engineers for your extension of the excursion dock. Is that in the application phase?
No, Senator. That one is more so in our 5-year plan.
How will it be a 5-year plan and you say you plan to complete it in 2026? If you have a project that you plan to complete in 2026, your Army Corps application needs to be in. All of us know how long the Army Corps takes to say yes to anything. So,
right.
If I may speak to the capital improvement plan that we had, when we initially created the plan, it was, I don't want to say a wish list, but we came up with a list of the things that we needed to complete to be able to move the company forward and improve assets that are depleting or that we need to make us more of a viable organization. At that point, we were trying to figure out how we were going to expend the funds from the bond to be able to cover the projects that we have in our purview. What you have in front of you is one of the projects I think that was included in our bond, and there is, parameters around that, but that's what you have in front.
Time out.
Okay.
Time out, please. So you have bond proceeds.
Correct.
When you float your bonds, you float them for specific purposes. So you lay out what Series A, Series B, whatever can cover. Correct?
Correct.
And then your bonds are approved based on what you presented that you're going to utilize those funds for. So I think what I'm hearing from you is you all have a reconsideration of the use of those funds, So you're now working with the bank to reconsider what the initial, like, it has to be within the category, of course, but are you doing reconsideration? I mean, give us the information. I mean, that's all we're asking for, because when I ask if these projects are going to be done, you're saying yes, but now you're saying that there's which one is it? That's how we're trying to understand. What are those, what are the projects, the capital, what are your CapEx? Because you have funded capital projects FY24. What is your CapEx for 24? Going all the way out to 26.
Our CapEx is $2.1 million. And
y'all are trying to get us frustrated here.
No. I was going to expound.
Okay.
Of the $2.1 million, $750,000 we have set aside for the water system piping infrastructure. Additionally, we have a purchasing a skiff boat, dock compression fenders, which we already purchased, HVAC, which we already replaced. Our telecommunication system, we have already upgraded it. Our security server, we are in the process of upgrading that as well. And in addition, we have our network cabling upgrade. All of these projects, some of them are in the works. Some of them are completed, like the skiff boat and the compression fenders.
What we would like to see, though, so we asked for a capital improvement plan, and we're only reading what you shared with us.
Right.
So if your CapEx plan needs to be updated, I think that's what you need to say to us, that you're going to provide us with an updated CapEx plan. Because this CapEx plan that is in front of us is not in line with what you're sharing with us today. Correct?
Correct.
Correct. So your extension of your excursion dock, that does not sound like it's on the board as we speak. The additional bullards, which total $1 million, that doesn't sound like it's on the board. And your, well, that's cash. That's a cash. I don't know. So those are two major things that doesn't seem like they're on the board. Is that accurate? And those says needs permitting Army Corps. I'm only reading what you shared. So if those are not something that you're looking to do, what are you're reauthorizing, or you're requesting to reauthorize your bond proceeds?
No, Senator. So let me put it to you this way. Initially, when we submitted this list in getting the bonds floated for refinancing our debt with Banco Popular, we definitely had all of this that needed to be done. That was in concert with expecting the dredging to be done at a certain time, expecting additional ships, expecting larger ships, and with that comes the necessity for the extension of the excursion dock. Because things have been held up, we have not moved to that section as yet. The immediate needs that Ms. Turnbull spoke about were the ones that we have attacked and we are attacking right now. We are not changing that list, but it's just the priority in those lists. What we're doing is where we need to update it, as you stated, and we will do that.
Yeah, that's important. Providing us, I mean, when we have these hearings, we want to be clear on the direction, and based on what we have in front of us, that's not the case. So we need to get updated information, because you are having a discussion with us about the pilot, and we want to have the conversation, but we also need to understand the clear picture of what you're doing from a capital project side, from what your financial performance truly is, and how what we're may try to assist you with, how that will help to improve your performance. And of course, noting as well what we talked about earlier, which is the generating additional revenues. We have to see these things in play. we find ourselves time after time just giving away the ship, and then we're not seeing where there is a true attempt to, to shore up the ship once that happens. So we have a responsibility to make sure that we get some accountability around this. That's basically what our concern is. So I'm going to go to the next senator. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to my colleagues. Pleasant good day to the viewing and listening audience, as well as the testifiers here. The West Indian Company Limited. Just as the speaker who mentioned the history of the purchase of the West Indian Company, I was a staff member here when we were actually drawing up some of those documents to purchase it in 1993. I worked at the time for the then Honorable Arturo Watlington Jr., who entered as the majority leader. And I remember weekends coming in before the gavel hit for the new legislature to come in, that we were preparing to purchase WICO and typing up those documents with those individuals and those senators who would come in as a majority in that legislative era. Okay, so I want to ask some questions because you came before the committee which I chair, and we changed our rules, so you're not necessarily under my jurisdiction fully in 2022. So I've been doing a quick read analysis of your information that you supplied for my committee and the information you've supplied here today. And I really want to commend Ms. Turnbull with preparing this historical financial performance. I want to focus in my questioning on your PPP loan, your Paycheck Protection Program loan. In the documents you have here, I noticed on your financial balance sheet, if you would turn with me to that, as of September 30th, 2023, you showed for September 30th, 2022, amount of $717,000 and $200. Is that just for 2022? Because then I saw from the historical and doing my research that you also received that same amount in 2021 and $464,400 in 2020. Is that correct? So you received a total amount based on my additions of I rounded up 1.9, almost $2 million for that payroll protection program. Ms. Turnbull?
To speak to your question, the original...
And say your name first, even though I said it.
Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you kindly.
They received $464,000 for PPP loan funds in 2021. Apparently, they thought that they were not eligible, so they repaid the loan.
So so you're saying this amount was repaid?
Yes, they gave back the proceeds of the loan because at that time they were told that they were not eligible. I was not with the company at that time, but then they found out that they were, and then they received the $717,000 that you're referring to in fiscal year 2022, and the loan was forgiven in fiscal year 2023.
So let's say you only
30
received
seconds.
The 717 in fiscal year 2021, and you represented here on this balance sheet that you received another in 2022. So it's only one time you received it.
It was received once, correct, Senator
Okay,
Joseph?
so we need to make a little change to that because your balance sheet is showing that you received it in 2022 for the $717,200, and it also showed it in 2021. Madam Chair, I just want to ask one other probing question, Madam Chair, if you would allow me. Okay, now let's also look here for your ARPA funds that you received. What was the total amount that you received?
$4 million, Senator Joseph.
And that was for which fiscal year?
Fiscal year 2022.
Okay, and I just wanted to know if it was wrapped up in this net revenue that you have here, operating, non-operating revenue. And where is it?
That's where it is, non-operating.
Okay, thank you kindly, Madam Chair, for the line of questionings. I appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you. So let's go back to the 464 you said was returned in
Correct.
2020? That's what you have it in, it said as of September 30th, 2020. It's an interim balance sheet. You probably have an updated sheet since this time though. Yeah, this document that we are looking at, that we are speaking from, is actually a document that came from a previous meeting under the 34th legislature. So you should have an updated balance sheet. I don't think you shared a balance sheet with us, did you? I don't think so.
Yes, we did.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You sure did. So, yeah, so I see it. So in 2020, but this one is up to 2022. So the $717,000, you expended those dollars in what year? Because you still have it as a liability in 22. Oh no, but it's removed in 23 because it was forgiven. I'm seeing it.
All right.
It was removed. I see it. Okay, so this is an interim report, so you can't really use this at this point. This is old. So this is since updated with as of September 30th, 2023. Okay. But I think there was a question I was asked and it escaped me that required a little more fleshing out. But I don't remember what it is. So I'm going to go to the next senator. So I think the issue with the PPE is clear. That's basically what I'm saying based on the the balance sheet as of September 30, 2023. So thank you for that, Ms. Turnbull. That is very clear. So the next senator is Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes, and then I'm going to try my best to remember what that other question should have been. You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Madam. Good morning to all. Let me start off with something the Health and Hospitals Chairman asked about, and I wasn't comfortable with the response given regarding the audited financial reports as due to the legislature. Mr. Ottley, what's the status of those reports? Are they or are they not being delivered to the legislature?
Senator, as far as I know, I believe they are submitted to the legislature, but I will double check on that and provide that if not.
Please double check before this hearing is over because the response sounds like it's not happening.
Yes, Senator.
And I must state, I'm going to be going in a different direction from the other line of questioning because I was a bit disappointed that the testimony lacked any mention about a WICO Port Authority merger with the operations there. As far as I'm concerned, this is an issue that should be discussed. Is there any discussions happening right now regarding a merger between WICO and the Virgin Islands Port Authority?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
How many board members do you currently have?
We have 8 board members.
Can you list them and what is the compensation of these board members?
Our board members, our chair is Mr. Jason Charles. Our vice chair is Mr. Rick Carrington, Ulrich Carrington. Our secretary is Mr. Roosevelt David. Our members, our finance chair is Mr. Hugo Hodge, and our members are Commissioner Joe Bushelty, Mr. Enrique Rodriguez, Mr. Pash Daswani, and Mr. Vincent Richards.
Okay, what are the compensation of these members?
I'm sorry. Compensation is for members $1,500, and for the chair $2,000 per board meeting.
How many board meetings do you have a year?
We have scheduled six board meetings a year.
Anytime you go over?
Excuse me?
1 minute.
Anytime you go over that 6 per year?
Yes, in case there's special meetings or something like that, but we do have meetings that are not, sorry.
So calendar year 2023, how many board meetings you had?
I'd have to get
30
that
seconds.
information back to you.
All right, make sure we get that before the hearing is over as well. And on page 3, your testimony did indicate that regrettably we are forced to turn away ships due to high demand and limited berths. Are these ships being rerouted to Crown Bay or even to St. Croix?
Definitely, Senator. Whenever we have requests at WICO that we cannot accommodate, we definitely refer them to Crown Bay. And of course, if they would like to go to St. Croix, that's always an option. But based on the fact that they are scheduled to come to St. Thomas, our first notification to them is to check with their agent, or Mark directly calls Crown Bay if he can get the agent to have them go to Crown Bay.
Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience, and good morning to the testifiers. I was going through your testimony, Mr. Ottley, and I'm kind of shocked when you're in page 4. You talk about in 1999 we're paying some $500,000, and there was an increase of $1 million in 2003. And at that time, your passenger visit was 1.7 million. And you're trying to get back to this 1.7 to pay 700,000. 700,000 back then and 700,000 now is a total different. And 1.7 doesn't mean you're making the money that you used to make before. So my question to you would, what's the loss? And I think you said it in your testimony, when Port came on board, what kind of loss did you experience?
Well, when the Crown Bay came on, they entered into a contract with Princess and Holland America. So immediately, those ships went down to Crown Bay. Hence, you see the reduction in passenger numbers to WICO. And that pretty much has not changed, because that was a 10-year deal, and which went from 2006 to 2016. And then in 2016, our partner at the time, Royal Caribbean, they wanted to be able to bring berth 2 ships to our facility. Unfortunately, based on the limitations that we had, and being partners with Carnival also, we were not able to afford them 2 berthing positions. So they reached out to Port Authority, and they were able to accommodate them with the 2 berthing positions that they needed. So in 2016, Royal Caribbean no longer became a cruise partner of WICO's outside of overspill coming from Crown Bay if there are additional ships. So we are still in that quagmire where we are still relegated to having the 1.1 to 1.2 million passenger average as compared to prior to Crown Bay opening when we had a 1.7 to 1.8 million. And sorry for taking so much time. Go ahead.
No, I appreciate that because I'm trying to understand how could you make this $700,000 payment when you took a dip? What kind of a percentage? I think you said it was a 30% or something dip at the time of port opening?
Yes, at that time, but when you look at it, when you compare it, going from 1.7 to 1.8 to 1.1, 1.2, that's actually 600,000+ passenger hit that we took. So it's extremely a very large amount. I'm sorry.
How would you rate WICO current financial position right now? From then to now, how would you rate it?
Well,
30 seconds.
It's definitely not the WICO of the late 1990s or 2000s. And what added to that, of course, was the hurricanes in 2017 and the pandemic in 2020. So we are in a state of building back as everything, as what I've shown, until we reach that 1.1 to 1.2 million passengers, we'll continue to be in a build back mode. So that continues to be a challenge for us. And like I said, in the past 6 years, we've only had 1 year where we approached the 1.1 million. And other than that, we've been, much lower than the 1.1 million or 1 million. So we still continue to be in a build back mode at WICO.
Madam Chair, if I could ask one more question at this moment.
Sure, Senator.
And how has WICO adapted its business model in response to these challenges that you're having? What are your adaptations? What are you doing to adapt? Because you're showing me and explaining to me, and I think one of my colleagues asked, if we're going to do something, we need to see a little bit more information in writing as to the losses and what are your adaptations since you have this loss in revenue and ships coming in. What have you done to adapt?
So I'll say to that, we're looking at diversifying our, what we have, our business model. So based on the fact that we have approximately 25 acres of the Havenside property, we're looking at our undeveloped land and developing that. We're looking at utilizing our current warehousing to do a redevelopment also, take advantage of a lot of the open space that we have. Those are the things that we're looking at now. We are also looking to partner with cruise lines in giving us different ideas of something that would be a buy-in for them, where we can also incorporate that and provide avenues of revenue where we are able to cater to the local public during the off-season and the cruise lines during the on-season. So we're in the process of assessing that and moving towards more of a diversification because like you said and like everybody knows, the pandemic was something that, took everybody by surprise. And especially it has been challenging for WICO because from, the 50s and 60s when WICO pretty much doubled down on cruise tourism, it is something that we have to change the dynamic, which we're in the process of doing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your candidness and your information. And I said that one of my colleagues asked, we definitely need to see the breakdown because we can't expect WICO to be what there was back then, and we must find ways to adjust. Paying the same $700,000 with a less rate of passengers has to be hard and difficult. And if that dredging doesn't occur, I think we even have more problems for ships coming up to Waiko. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Senator Joseph, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just follow up on a question relative to your non-operating revenue. I know, Madam CFO, Ms. Turnbull, you indicated the $4 million that you received from ARPA is reflected in the historical finance on the non-operating revenue line. And I see, like 2022, you have another 1.6 million, and then 2023 you have 3.8 million. What is those monies coming from? Because for 2020 and 2021, I'm adding them, and they come up about to the 4 million. But what is the money for 2022 and 2023, that non-operating revenue? What is the source of that funding, those fundings?
Those revenues.
Those revenues. And the one for 2024. What is the source?
Okay. Negative 0.6. Okay. So, non-operating revenue for 2022. Included in that amount is interest expense. That's why it's saying non-operating. It should really say non-operating expenses, because it's a net expense amount. So the wording is where the error is.
Okay. So,
right.
so it's getting me a little confused. I'm not an accountant by trade or my vocation. I just know to add numbers up. So I'm just trying to understand. So this should be, what would be the proper wording here? So it wouldn't be non-operating revenue.
The proper wording should be net non-operating revenue / expenses, because it's a net amount.
Okay, so if we could get a breakdown of those.
I can actually give it to you right now. It's right in front of me.
Okay, good. Let's get it, please.
Okay, so for 2022, interest expense is included in a net amount in the non-operating revenue portion of the presentation before you. Also included in 2022
Well,
is
how much is it?
$2,745,549 to be exact.
Okay. I see it.
Okay, ARPA grant for 2022.
Okay.
ARPA grant of $4 million.
4 million in 2022?
Correct.
Okay. And what about 2023 now?
2023 is $3,354,275 worth of interest expense. Also included in that number is interest on the bond, and of course, for both years, $700,000 in pilot expenses.
Okay, because then I see down below you have adjustments, and you're listing some of these same numbers as your adjustments, but it comes up a little short with a total net cash flow available for debt services. At least for 2022, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, it comes up to 1.1 million. And what you are using for 2022, it comes up to 1.6 million.
Okay. So we're talking about two different.
Okay, we're talking about two different items.
Correct.
Okay, so I follow you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you, Ms. Turnbull, for the clarification.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. And yes, that's two different issues. Senator Fonseca, when we're speaking about these numbers, can you please be specific as to what document you're referring to? Okay. You may proceed, Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, Act number 5826. WICO is owned by the Public Finance Authority, and it's an entity in the executive branch of the government. So I was looking at your operating expenses here for 2023 of $9,377,933. Can you put on the record the salaries of the three of the individuals, starting with you, Mr. Anthony Ottley, and then Mr. Sabino and Ms. Turnbull, for the record? Can we have your current salary?
Senator, we really don't discuss personnel matters in here. We don't mind having that discussion offline for your consideration.
And you speak for everybody?
I do, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
I understand the whole WICO operation, the competitive nature, etc. But what's the reason for we don't discuss salaries? What is the real reason for that? Is there a policy? What really is it?
Well, there is a policy, and also as the Senator stated, WICO is a public corporation where its enabling legislation has permitted it to act as a private corporation. And with that being said, that information is not shared to the public. We definitely can have an offline discussion, but I would like to afford the employees that privacy. And also with that, like mentioned before, WICO has, in operating as a private company, we don't participate in the retirement system. We have our own 401k that we've had for years and years that we continue. So WICO employees are not necessarily government employees either. So I just,
Okay, so that brings me to a real interesting point, and I can't hold it anymore, Mr. President. So back in 2017-ish, there was a law that was passed that says that the GVI, the government of the Virgin Islands, shall purchase the Katrinburg property from WICO. Are you familiar?
I am.
Mr. President, have all the information. I want to upstage you, but after this discussion here. So, and I know there's discussion around the forgiving of the pilot. And I respect, because you are like we get the same kind of response from our VINGN. WAPA don't give us them responses, right? Nah, but y'all give them to us. So we are not amenable to doing what we have to do. But I think that we are at a place where we clearly understand that if we're going to give something, we're going to get something. Okay? So we have to get there as a government. So I'm going to leave my colleague Drew Long on it a little more, but I just want to make sure I put that on the record that, we understand your financials, we see that you're bleeding, but there was legislation that was passed for the Katrinburg property to be turned over to the government. So there's some things that we have to contemplate as we have this discussion around the pilot. Okay? So I'm going to go to the next senator, which is Senator Milton Potter. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. A special good afternoon to the WICO executives who are before us today, CEO Ottley, CFO Turnbull, and Director of Marine Ops, Mr. Sabino. CEO Ottley, I think I'm sympathetic towards the whole approach of us establishing a pilot that's commensurate with a percentage of WICO's overall annual revenues. I think it makes logical sense. I think there's been a perfect storm when it comes to WICO and your bottom line. Absolutely, you painted a picture of the emergence of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, the fact that you realize a significant decline in terms of the passengers and the arrivals at WICO. We experienced Hurricanes Irma and Maria, plus COVID-19. It's really been an accumulation of things that has negatively impacted WICO's bottom line. So it makes sense, and I would have been disappointed if, as the leader of this organization, you didn't come here pleading your case for a reduction in the pilot. It makes sense. I also think, though, that providing us with more detailed explanation as to how you've been affected and why it is in your best interest for, just in terms of the long-term growth and survival of WICO, I think providing us with that data, I think, would go a long way in this body supporting that initiative. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Ottley, a little bit. You hear a lot about the numbers when you're talking about the tourism industry and the cruise ship industry. We hear a lot about the numbers. It's about larger ships, more passengers. There's a drive for more. And I wanted to know, how do you balance the economic benefits of tourism and the cruise ship industry with the environmental and sustainability concerns related to cruise ship operations and the thrust to have more and bigger? Are we having that discussion here as a territory in terms of the players, the industry players, or is it just basically every entity pushing for more to ensure that their individual tough experience
1 minute.
growth? So I just wanted to kind of get you to engage me in that sort of conversation. Is that happening?
Okay, and I'll respond, and I'll probably throw it to Sabino. He could give a little bit more context. But what I'll say with this, we realize at WICO that there's a fine line that has to be
30
considered
seconds.
as far as environmental, et cetera, et cetera. Hence why, we get calls when a particular ship is throwing too much smoke out of the stack. We get calls from the administrator, we get calls from John Q. Public, et cetera, to address. One of the things that we at WICO considers also is the fact that there's great demand in this space, and it has a lot to do with commerce. So, of course, we do have challenges by some persons that feel, we don't need any more, or we don't need bigger ships. One thing that we need to consider is before WICO did our, can I continue time? Okay. Before WICO did our extension, we have pictures, Mr. Sabino have pictures of where we had 5 ships on our dock. And that's without the extension. Right now, if we were able, when the dredging is done and we're able to take Oasis-class ships, we would only be able to take 2 with the extension. So what must be taken into consideration when you say that? Definitely WICO is pro-cruise. and getting more cruise passengers here. And our barometer is looking back at 20 plus years from now, when we did have 1.7 million passengers. Of course, you had those naysayers, there was too much people, etc. But our numbers are down. We are no longer leading the Caribbean in the amount of passengers that we bring to our shores because of the fact that all other destinations, well, not all, but a majority of the destinations that you hear about now, the St. Martins, the St. Kitts, the Bahamas, the Dominican Republic, Mexico, and I'm talking about Western Caribbean, all of them continue to put money into that, that sector because they know that though the ships are getting bigger, and I'll give you a classic example, we are referring to numbers that WICO got, or even the territory got back at that time. And WICO in and of itself was at 1.7 million passengers at WICO. All other crews at that particular time amounted to the St. Thomas getting upwards of 2.5 million passengers. Right now, even though we have Crown Bay open, classic example in 2019, we had 1.1 million. Crown Bay had, I think, 560,000. That still amounts to 1.7. So when you look back and you compare it of now, where we are now, we're still not bringing the numbers we were bringing yesteryear. You see what I'm saying? So though it may seem that WICO or Port, well, I can't speak for Port Authority, but WICO is pushing crews because we look forward to getting at least back to where we were. And that's the challenges that we're having. So we do take that into consideration, as you say. The administration has been working on stuff like developing downtown for those passengers. And what we need to keep in mind is that these passengers are here for 8 hours, 6 hours to 10 hours. And the amount of economic compensation that we get for that, we continue to lead the Caribbean in passenger spend. Right now, we're at passenger spend between $160 to $165 per passenger coming, and that's still holding. You see what I'm saying? And that's far above 90% of the other destinations in the Southern Caribbean. You see what I'm saying? So there's still I'm sorry, but there's still a fine line that we have to consider, but based on where we are, as to where we were, it's not something that we're asking that we're not accustomed to. You see what I'm saying? So hence my position.
I got you. I appreciate that. And I mean, I just wanted to know if there was a conversation between the industry players. Because my impression is that every entity is basically focusing on how can I revive, how can I jumpstart or inject something positive in my individual entity. I know Mr. Dow is doing the same down there at Viper. You're doing the same at WICO and everything else. And my concern is who is looking at the cumulative impact of everyone driving towards more. But I don't expect you to solve that problem here today, but I think that it would be great if there was an engagement of all the key players and you'll be able to meet once a month to have these types of discussions so that we can have some sense of where we are going futuristically with this tourism product. But thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much for your leeway, Madam Chair.
All right, Senator. Colleagues, we're going to go to a rapid round, a 1-minute round. But Mr. Ottley, you compared the historical passenger volume prior to the opening of the Crown Bay facility, and you noted that you received during that time about 1.7 million passengers on average. And over that time, since 2000 and so in 2004, you were at that 1.7, and you saw it dropping off.
Correct.
It kept dropping off, but the WICO, the Crown Bay dock did not open until 2007. Correct. So during that time, you saw about 1.5 1.4 million passengers. So those passengers are now redirected to Crown Bay. Because if you look at the overall passenger volume of cruise in the territory, do you know what that number is? Ain't 2 million.
No.
It's still around 1.7.
Correct.
Yes.
Unless Sabino has the more
Yeah.
recent numbers, we are still below 2 million.
Right. So we have not. Go ahead, Mr. Sabino.
Mark Sabino, Director of Marine Crew Services. Senator, what actually has happened here is that the increased size of the ships has caused us to reduce our passenger counts, whereas we could before carry 3 ships. Say we could put 3 5,000 passenger ships on the dock at 15,000 passengers, and these 3 5,000 passenger ships are 1,000-footers. Now we have ships are coming in at 1,200 foot long, 1,130 feet, 1,150 foot long. Our dock is 3,300 feet. You still have to put space in between the 2 ships, which is 75 feet between. So when you do the math, you put 2 1,150 footers on the dock, there's nothing, and 75 feet between, there's nothing left. So now you have, even though the ships might be carrying up to 6,000 passengers each, that's 12,000 passengers, and we're less now than the 15,000 we had before. So the question was, do we send ships to Crown Bay? We actually do. Twice we're going to be sending the Norwegian Epic. That's a massive ship. That ship is a 1,100-foot ship. And the reason we can't accommodate it at Waiko, because we have the Carnival XL on the dock at 1,150 feet. And we have another 1,100-footer, it's rounded off, it's 1,080 something, 89, that's rounded to 1,100 feet, the Enchanted Princess. So even though those 3 ships are supposed to come to our dock, we can only take 2, and we have to relinquish, and we do send it to Crown Bay. So, what the numbers are looking at, the reality is that the size of the ships are forcing us to end up with a reduction in count.
So you have a contract, you have an agreement with Carnival and who else?
An NCL.
So you have an agreement with Carnival,
And Disney.
We have with Disney, they get what's left on the table.
Disney and NCL, right? And there are times when your Carnival, you have to redirect your Carnival down to, no?
We have to make a choice. Mr. Ottley will have to make that choice.
Let's not use, you have to redirect your ship down to Crown Bay, right?
Correct.
So when that happens, what do you gain from it? No, I'm serious.
No, well, there lies the rub.
Don't give me no langs.
No, I won't.
Confuse the thing.
Okay.
What do you gain from it?
Nothing. We lose, actually.
So you lose.
Right. So though it's our ship, once we send it to Crown Bay, we get nothing. They receive the entire head tax. So hence, that's the challenge that Waiko continues to have.
And you've never considered negotiating with your sister operation as to what can you benefit from this? If I'm bringing you business and I'm directing that business to you, so there is no discussion around what I can benefit, simply because your projections are your projections, and you have to meet your projections. So if you project and then one day you have to redirect, then that's a hit that you are taking. But there should be some agreement in business where you say, look, while I have this ship I can give you, I need to see a quart from it. I mean, that should be something that's a negotiable item, no?
Right.
Okay. I ain't trying to get into it. I'm going to leave it right there.
Yeah.
But to me, I see that as a negotiable item because your contract, your agreement is with these entities, right?
Yes.
So if you have to divert yes, it's your loss, but you're not diverting outside of the territory. You're diverting internally to the territory. So we should be able to come together and figure out how do we both benefit from the diversion. That's how I see it. It may be more in the matter than the pestle, but I believe that if we are truly trying to help each other, then that's what we should be considering doing, particularly since we saw what we saw today with your historical performance. You need an agreement for diversion?
Need another dot.
Well, the people of the Virgin Islands have to decide whether or not they are, particularly in this district, whether or not they are interested in another dock and how that will work and how we will, really deal with the traffic issues. There's a lot of things that need to happen there. I'm not disagreeing with you in any way, but those discussions should be had as to how we come together, and because at the end of the day, is one part. Okay? Senator Francis, you're recognized for your point of information, and then colleagues, we're going to go to a rapid round. They said 2 minutes. Woo. I had 2 minutes to turn into 3. You may proceed, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to further the discussion in regards to the diversion and the fact that ships are sometimes rerouted to the Crown Bay. That in fact, we have to be thankful that there was a vision to create the Crown Bay. In other Caribbean islands, that loss would have been a total loss. Correct?
Correct.
But here it is that we have an opportunity to be able to redirect and still collect some revenues here in this territory. So when you look at the number, it's not really a total loss. It's not a total loss. The loss, yes, might be viewed from one entity, which is WICO. However, Port Authority and the people of the Virgin Islands benefit from having an alternate site. I've been in law enforcement, again, for many years, where just having the amount of people in that one location was problematic. Traffic, personnel, crime, all that kind of stuff. And, I think that there's a lot of work that went into the creation of this alternate site, which again kind of evened the playing field, gave some opportunity for us to be able to spread the wealth somewhat, you'll say, or at least disperse the personnel so that we don't have a concentration of individuals in one particular area. So yes, there have been some improvement, and in the evolution of time, we need to revisit, what's happening with WICO, but, it's not a total loss, and I'll hate for us to leave the message that it was a total loss, but rather that, there is a shared benefit as a result of the creation of Crown Bay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr.
Did I respond?
I agree with you that the struggle is real, though, that we need to figure out. And you want to say something, Mr. Ottley? You may proceed.
I hope I didn't come across in giving the impression that it was a total loss. What my intent was to say to WICO per se, we definitely lost an opportunity to get any sort of compensation for diverting that ship. So definitely, and I want the people of the Virgin Islands to know, as Mr. Sabino sits right here, our first priority when we can take a ship is to definitely keep it in the Virgin Islands. So, and we're not, and I don't want anybody to think this way, but we're not moving ahead in looking for possible compensation for that diversion or sending ships that we would use anything like, well, we could send it to our other island. That's not an option. But the point is that if we can get some sort of compensation from sharing it within St. Thomas or within the Virgin Islands, we definitely not welcome it, we definitely need it. So you have my commitment, definitely.
Again, to the President's point, that is a worthwhile conversation, particularly since you have what is in front of you with regards to the historical financial performance of this entity and the downward spiral that we're seeing. I mean, there is opportunities to see improvement, but to Mr. Sabino's point, if the only way you can truly see an increase is in your numbers, because we don't look the way we looked in 2004.
Right.
And when I say we, I mean the world, the Caribbean, the industry, everything has changed. So even if you were to get more ships, because of the size, you still have that challenge because your berth cannot accommodate but so many ships at a time. So this is something that we've been talking about for, I think what we do here in the Virgin Islands is, we'd have like these standoffs and then nothing really gets done. And, so your entity has your challenges. I'm certain that the Port Authority has their challenges, but collectively, I believe that the leadership of both entities can really dispel the conversation around the competition of the two entities if they really work together and recognize that, I can't always get a whole hog because this is one Virgin Islands and, if you're hurting on this side, then we should figure out a way to do some kind of balancing of this thing. That's how I see it. But that conversation needs to happen. Perhaps I need a girl in the middle of this discussion to really get to resolving this issue. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious. I mean, after all, it is Women's History Month. So I am very serious about it. Perhaps you all need a female as a, what do you call it? The mediator? To, mediate this thing and get it. This thing could balance. We could balance this out. We can. We just have to work together. I'm going to go to, Ms. Thelma, you wanted to say something? She's agreeing, right, Ms. Thelma? Yeah, she see it. She know what time it is. Senator DeGraff, we're going to go to a 1 minute round. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yes.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'm happy to hear a girl could get involved because I think we could also throw in a mix about the pilot. So being that the pilot is an issue with you, you owe $10 million plus the $700,000 a year. What type of numbers, if, we talking conversations, are you amenable to reducing the balance was owed or reducing the 700,000 number? Have you had any discussions about that, and what type of numbers would you be thinking of? A total forbearance on the balance and we lower the number going forward, or you pay a portion of the balance? You had any discussion on that?
Yes, we have looked at it internally with our financials, and based on the fact from 2006, we have not been able to make payments on it, that we would look for a forgiveness of the pilot due to that from 2006 to the present, and then do have a pilot payment that we are able to pay. That's a percentage of our net operating expense.
What kind of number?
I'm looking at 5%.
5% will give me what kind of numbers? I don't know what you're talking about in terms of. Give us a number.
Okay, well, I mean, we'd have to run
a range then, a range of
Charlene, you get
1 to 300,000, 1 to 500,000.
30 seconds.
Senator, is totally dependent on how we did that month, because, that year, because there's different things that can happen during the year that could throw our books off. So commit to say, in front of you now, it'll be 100,000, it'll be 300,000, that would be premature.
So 5% of the total, 3% of the total at the end of the year.
3% sounds better than 5. But
look, I'm saying we're having conversations about what you maybe or may not be losing going to Viper. The people of the territory, we losing, going from one point, but you as an entity, and because of what you owe, we just want to make sure, again, open up a discussion. We ain't saying a finality, but to open that discussion also. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So let's go back to the pilot, right? So in your testimony on page 4, you said we maintain that a pilot commensurate with a percentage of our annual revenue as originally proposed when WICO was purchased would be preferable, as it would allow WICO to meet our obligation to the government. But you didn't give us any proposals, any perspective around, that commensurate percentage.
What we can do, or what we will do, is run the numbers, and based on the amounts that we would do in a good year, how much we would do if we were back to the revenues of the 1.7 million, we could run those numbers and give you what that actual percentage would be, but I don't have that information right now.
What did you say about the 1.7 million? Give me that again.
No, I'm saying we could
Passengers.
Right, passengers, sorry.
But this is my concern, right? So I think Mr. Sabino said it well. He said it well. Realistically, you have to get off the train of the 1.7 unless you have a clear plan and has counted out your berthing for each respective year, because, as he said, the ships are bigger. So it's creating an issue. So you can't be fixated on getting back to the 1.7. You have to be fixated on what is your reality based on your current space and based on the current size of the ships that are berthing at the Waiko dock.
Correct.
So I don't want you to stay fixated on that number, because that may no longer be a reality for you.
Right.
Right?
What I meant to say, if I may interject, is when we were looking at the revenues at that point, for the 1.7 million, of course, expenses, our expenses, and when we ran the numbers, we were somewhere in the neighborhood of probably $11 million in passenger fees back in the early 2000s or the late 1990s. Of course, our expenses were nowhere close to what they were now. So though we're talking, I mentioned the 1.7, I really mean the revenues as compared to the expenses. So once we're in that ballpark where we have those comparables, then we could run the numbers based on that, and not necessarily the 1.7, but the revenues itself. Like, for instance, let's say if we get back to revenues where we're at 10 million, or revenues like we have in here where we were at 7 million, or revenues if we do reach with diversification of our product where we reach 13 million, we could run those numbers at the 5% and then give you that information. So,
but you still ain't gonna meet the grade. You still won't make the grade, because you can't only look at your revenues. You now have to also look at what do you have to do around your expenses. There must be some austerity measures. I don't know what it is for you, but you have to look at your associated expenses in order to balance what you're saying now, because even if you're 10 million and your expenses remain as they are, you're never going to be able to pay the pilot. Correct, Mrs. Turnbull? Correct. Yeah, I mean, I don't see it. So there has to be some balancing of both in order for you to get that done. And when is your obligation against your bond proceeds? When are you scheduled to pay off your bonds? Mature.
2052.
Ooh. What?
Wait, 2020?
2052? How much years that was? 30 years or something? What is it, 30 years?
Right. Let me confirm that number. Yeah, but it's going to be a while. Yeah.
Well, that can't be 2052, man. 4, 2, 28 years, 30 years. 30 years. Wow. So you have a lot to contemplate, a lot to really figure out how do you balance this, because based on your current obligation, bond obligation, the explanation that Mr. Sabino gave, and your expenses, I'm not seeing it. I don't see there must be something else. So you, again, as the earlier conversation spoke specifically to generating additional revenues. That's the only way. So it's just, there must be some level of creativity occurring. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
2 minutes, sorry.
2 minutes, thank you. I really want to quickly go back to the Act 8053. for us to understand exactly what is happening in the space of Act 8053, which actually reduced the amount of the pilot from $700,000 to $250,000. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am aware of that. I think it was $250,000 going towards the upkeep of Katerinburg.
Correct. So is that, in your assessment of the $10 million, is that taken into consideration? Or are you still at $700,000 or are you at the $250,000?
Well, Senator, we won't be able to do the $250,000. That was legislation that was brought by, I think, Senator Millen Young at the time. One of the challenges that we have with that is the fact that we're in the process of negotiating with FEMA to get Katerinburg back up to the funding to refurbish it and correct everything that's going on with there. One of the challenges that we have is that has to go back to what it was doing prior to that. It can't be as the legislation proposed, a museum or anything like that. So it would have to be brought back to what it was doing before in order to get those funds.
So somebody have to come to the lawmaking body and make that determination, because the law of the land right now is Act 8053. It's not arbitrary. That is the law of the land. So it's critical that we come back and make sure that that's amended, corrected, or whatever. We can't. I don't think that we understand the power of a lawmaking body. The Supreme Court said it just yesterday. The importance of a lawmaking body. So ain't no governor then determines, or no commissioner, or nobody else that determines what becomes law. It's this lawmaking body. So if there's a problem with Act 8053, then we need to make sure that it is brought to our attention so it can be corrected. But as it stands right now, 6 years ago, back June 14th of 2018, the pilot was reduced to $250,000. All right, so we really need to have that conversation quickly. And again, I will implore you to complete the white paper, so that we could look at the whole perspective and not have this surface discussion in regards to this, but really look at it in totality and make a determination moving forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Have we done an appraisal on the Waco property? Sorry, the Katerinburg property. When was the last appraisal?
We have, Senator. We did an appraisal, I think it was last year. Yes, last year it was appraised at $5.5 million.
5.5.
Correct.
What was the reason for the appraisal?
The reason for the appraisal was, number one, we had an asset that prior to that, right before in 2016, a determination was made to get an appraisal done. It was done, in 2017, it was done, as a matter of fact, weeks before Hurricane Irma hit. And at that point, it was determined that we needed to do an updated appraisal for our insurance and whatnot with that. So at that point, we did an appraisal then, and it was determined last year that we needed to do an updated appraisal.
So did you have insurance on this property?
We did.
And did you use the insurance proceeds to do the repairs?
We used some of the proceeds to do some of the repairs, yes.
And what the other proceeds was used for?
Repairs at Havenside property, etc. Some of the challenges we had with Katerinburg was what was ultimately determined up at the mansion when we had determination by FEMA also was there were more damages that were missed per se, and the charges that were allocated to those damages didn't take into consideration historic preservation, their requirements, and with the building being so old, the challenges of artisans to come and do some of the repairs to the mansion. So there was a sort of disconnect there.
So basically your insurance proceeds were bundled?
Correct.
It was bundled. So
Correct.
you decided how much you would allocate to each project, if you
Correct.
will. I see. All right. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In respect to the conversation, right, I'm here listening. I'm thinking long term because Mr. Sabino spoke about the size of the ships, and even though the ships are larger, within the territory as a whole between Waiko and Crown Bay, the numbers really haven't increased. But at the same time, Waiko is being affected in terms of revenues. But as a result of the larger ships coming in and less berthing in the territory, what negative impact as a result of berthing here in the territory? Because I know to include a cruise line, they lease private islands, etc., and they are doing their own destination. So what negative impact do you see long term if we do not really stay on point when it comes to dredging
1 minute.
in order to have more berth in the territory? Can you speak to that? What negative impact can you see occurring as a result of?
Well, directly, just based on the fact that we control the top spend of the passengers, any limit or any reduction in passenger spend definitely is a direct result of monies coming into the territory, to the taxis, to the restaurants, to everybody in the Virgin Islands. So that's what I would say.
30 seconds.
Automatically a negative to us. You wanted to add anything?
Mark Sabino, Director Marine and Cruise Services, West Indian Company. Senator, the reason we need to dredge is because St. Thomas Harbor is the best harbor in the entire Eastern Caribbean. There's no other island like it. None, not whatsoever. So as a result, we should, no it is, it's the truth. In the Eastern Caribbean, they all want to come here.
Time.
Right now, they have their private islands, right? But most of them can't get in there with all this bad weather. So we have ships that are showing up, like just this morning, this ship wasn't supposed to come, well, no, not this morning, he made it, but we have ships that are skipping their private islands and coming here early. And because they just can't get into Puerto Plata, they can't get into Amber Cove, they can't get into these private, to Coco Key and these places, and they come down here early and get in here early. And that's how good our harbor is. So why should our harbor not be able to take the largest cruise ships that we have cruising the high seas when everyone else who have less than us doing it and have done it years ahead of us? And the cruise line warned us. They said, this industry is exploding. And they're outpacing the available berthings downstream. So anywhere and everywhere they could get their ships in, they're going to get them in. We just had the head of the Princess Cruise Lines, just their deployment office, a very good friend, came in to visit us. She was on cruise, right. And
go ahead.
Anyway, oh boy. So, anyway, she was telling me that, you know, the Excel class, the Carnival celebration, the Carnival Mardi Gras, they have their Excel class coming out. The Sun Princess, same 1,150 footer. She's telling me the problems they're having trying to find a place to put that ship. Understand me? So this is why we need to have our harbor ready to be able to receive everything that's passing by. Right now, St. Thomas can only receive one Oasis class ship in our industrial zone down the road. All due respect to, you know, down there. But it is our industrial zone. So, the harbor up here, we need to open up this harbor and make sure that we are up on line with all the other islands who have less than us.
Very well. Thank you so much for putting it on the record. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Is there any, I know that there was a time when we used to do tendering. Is that something that's still?
Senator, the amount of passengers that's on these ships right now,
It's just a question.
it'll take forever to get them off. You're talking about 5,000 to 6,000 passengers. They're even going up to 7,000 passenger ship. By the time you get them off and the impact downtown on the waterfront, 6,000 to 7,000 passengers landing on the waterfront, crossing the street, madness.
So based on this discussion, what is the true executive level type conversations that's being had in the territory around where the industry is going and how does the Virgin Islands get ready and stay ready for this wave that's already here and more that's coming.
Well, first of all, we dredge. That's the first thing. Now, there's a light. There's some light in down the road. I just read yesterday that Global Port Holdings have taken over, finally signed off with San Juan. San Juan will become a home port. When San Juan becomes a home port, that allows us to get Monday ships, Friday ships, Thursday ships, weekend ships. And that's a light down the road that we can see. So despite the fact that we only can catch 2 ships, the large ones on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, further down the road when San Juan opens up and we get home porting down there, as the article read yesterday, so there's some hope downtown where we can spread out the load throughout the entire week. We already set, just a point I'd like to make. I know the word Long Bay landing doesn't like to be said, but we did, and Senator left, but we did all our work when we planned Long Bay landing. We planned and included the impact, the traffic, the parking. We did everything, including the offshore. We even went to the offshore boaters, the guys that take the people out snorkeling and swimming, to where they can open up new areas where the boats can go, because Buck Island is tapped out. Water Island is tapped out. So we went down by UVI to Xanadu on down there, that beach down there, where we could open up in new places. So we did all that work, and we did it. Long Bay landing wasn't something that was planned haphazardly. We did it totally. $2 million plus work. We did it totally, and of course, to pull the plug. So that's history. Now, sure, additional capacity is what would help, right? So we're not going to do that up here. So, like I said, home porting in San Juan would be the the light down the road. I really can't say down the road, but the other side. But let me leave it alone.
Thank you for your responses. I know that because you do this work every day, it could become a little frustrating. But again, I think what matters at this point is we need to put our collective heads together to figure out exactly what it's going to be, what we're not going to do, what we're going to do, and move forward. And that's something that's very important at this juncture. But I'm going to go to the next senator. And that's Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think I want to go back to something I started to mention. So, Mr. CEO, you said that there are no current discussions about the merge, but have any past studies been done or research been conducted as to the significant savings both entities would have, if you're joined? Because both entities essentially perform the same function.
Yes, Senator. I think we did some initial research on that, but nothing significant to report on that right now.
Okay. Can you provide through the chair a copy of that report?
As I mentioned, we had discussions on it, but nothing significant. I mean, I can prepare a report on, but nothing significant. But I'll provide something.
Is it no official research or study that's been done by a third party?
Correct.
Okay, very well. Also, you speak about your obligations and your testimony on page 2. You said, considering our total obligations, it's imperative that we identify and pursue additional revenue streams. What are those obligations that you are referring to?
Well, we were looking at diversification of our work model, which includes developing our 7 acres of undeveloped land at State Liverpool, and also doing some revamping of our laydown yard, which is open area on the southwestern end of our property.
Okay, but I don't think you got me. So how much money would you definitely need, additional revenue, so that you could be in a position where you're comfortable? Because you said you're at loss now.
Additional revenues, as
What are your
compared,
projections?
well, I mean, I would say we would be in a much more comfortable position and able to pay a significant part of the pilot if we were making at least $4 to $5 million more than what we're making now.
Chair.
I'm going to leave that one alone. Where you get a number from? That $4 to $5 million.
Well, initially looking at the amount of money that we were generating per passenger back in the 2000, which amounted to somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 million, for us to be 20 years ahead, and because of extenuating circumstances that were beyond our control, for us to still be a $10 million property, we should have at least, been a $15 to a $20 million property by this time. So that's where I got my number from.
Well, I concur with you that you should have seen significant improvement in your revenues. We have to be reminded of the hurricanes that we've experienced. We have to be reminded of the situation that we've had with COVID. But we also, I think, also on this side of WICO, you have to really make a heavy lift around generating those new revenues. That's a major part of your work. I mean, there is opportunity, there's no debate that outside of the cruise ships landing here, there is opportunity for increased revenues. Is there any opportunities for upland development? Is there opportunity for upland development?
Yes,
Right,
Senator.
So we can't have analysis to paralysis. We have to figure out what is that strategic plan. Do you have a strategic plan? Does WICO have a strategic plan taking it out to the next 5, 10, 15 years?
No, we do not.
So that in itself is a challenge. You have to have a strategic plan. I mean, you cannot be fixated on what's happening alone with, and I know that's a major part of your industry, of your revenues, which is the cruise component, but you have to think about the upland development. Things have changed significantly. There's a lot of discussion that has been had around upland development or surrounding WICO, but we haven't seen any of it come to fruition. So the upland development, I think that WICO needs to become a lot more aggressive. Just frankly, we're not seeing that. There's just a level of comfort. But when you look at the historical performance, I don't know how y'all could be comfortable. I don't know. But there just seems that there's a level of comfort because there aren't any true earnest discussion around your upland development and some of what was discussed earlier today with what I call it, there's a name, ship to shore. I mean, all of those things have to be, you have to develop a strategic plan and know where you're going in order to make things happen. You can't just talk about, we used to have 1.7 million ships and we ain't got no more. That done gone, that ship done sail. Okay? Senator Ray Fonseca, 2 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Okay, real quickly, so I know you didn't want to tell us how much money I'm making, so through the chair, I'm going to ask for that information. Also, through the chair, I'm going to ask for you to give us your bond rating, because remember, you didn't remember what your bond rating was. So So through the chair, the salaries and the bond rating. I want to go to your financials here, page 2. You show that your passenger fees is $8,569,080. On this page, your historical financial performance, you're showing that your passengers is 825,247. So which is the real number? Because if I divide the 8,569,080, I am getting, by the 780, you're telling us you're collecting $7.80. I'm getting you had
1 minute.
1,097,561 passengers, but you're telling us it's 825. So the numbers don't add up.
Okay. Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer.
Yes.
Bond rating, the bonds are privately placed bonds, so there is no rating on them. That's number one. I think we mentioned why there was
30 seconds.
a disconnect between the number of passengers and the operating revenues that you're seeing, or the information reported. I don't remember exactly the numbers, but like we said, there is a revenue adjustment based on an agreement that we have with the cruise lines.
Okay, but wait a minute. Your bonds are privately placed and there's no rating. That ain't the reason why there's no rating. The bonds are rated by Moody's, Moores, Standard and Poor's, et cetera, et cetera. You won't get a triple A, a double A, or one of them. So if they're not rated, that's a concern. One question, Madam Chair, can I just finish? Okay, you show a loss of $121,075 for 2024. How are you going to address this loss going forward? What is the plan to fix this loss?
Okay. Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer again. One of the things when I came on board that I realized is that the pricing structure that we had in place was not covering operating expenses, nor the total expenses on a whole. So we adjusted our pricing where we could adjust the pricing. In addition to that, we have agreements with the cruise lines that we are working on right now as to what is the exact tariff that would cover our expenditures annually. So we realize that in 2024, we can't really adjust anything at that point, but we are, every other year, have an opportunity to adjust our tariff to reflect a rate that can cover our expenditures.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellent.
So that's an agreement that you have that will change your current relationship? Is there an opportunity to, it's like a, what do you call it, a reopener? That's what you're saying? In your agreements?
Well, Madam Chair, that speaks to the current agreement that we do have, and we are, like I mentioned, in 2016 to 2026, we're starting the conversation with our cruise partners on renewing those contracts. Or
2000, what you say?
2026.
So you have, so there is opportunities within the agreements to increase. Is it like increase based on your CPI index? It's
correct.
Yeah.
It's a current standard agreement where we have a set increase.
So there's opportunity for renegotiation come 2026. That's
correct.
what you're saying. Okay.
Correct.
Understood.
With new agreements.
Understood. All right. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. This is very good presentation here by the WICO team. I'm really impressed, especially with my good schoolmate, Miss Turnbull. She's now Miss Turnbull. She used to be Buchanan. So I want to really say I'm really impressed. But I have a question because I need some... Accounting is not my forte, even though I could look at numbers and spreadsheets and the like. But I had a questions regarding on your financial balance sheet, Mrs. Turnbull, relative to the restricted cash. What is that restricted cash about? If you could kindly indicate to us this amount of restricted cash in 2023. You have 8 million, and in 2022 you had 8.1 million. Could you kindly
1 minute
delineate for us? Thank you so much.
Thanks for the question, Senator Joseph. Restricted cash is reflective of the bond covenants. As part of our bond covenants, we have to reserve a certain amount of cash. And so basically, that represents bond funds.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you
30
said
seconds.
a certain percentage. Is it a percentage like 5%, 10%? Does it vary each year?
Well, it's not a percentage, actually. I should say it's a set number. And so a portion of it is reserves that is required based on bond covenants. And there's a major portion of it is cash available through the bond.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So I see that there's a change every year with regards to the coverage. So in 2023 is 1.8 times. So it fluctuates based on your ability to pay down the debt.
Correct.
That's what it is. So that restricted cash is the amount that they have to set aside to ensure that in any given year, when you find yourself in a challenge, you're still able to pay that, what it is, 3-point-something million a year, correct? That's what it
Correct.
is. So that's what it is. Okay? All right, good. There's a lockbox. Yes, the lockbox. We are very familiar with lockboxes on this side of the aisle. Okay, so Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Need to ask two quick questions. Mr. Adley, how soon will this dredging start and be completed? If you have a date or a time frame, I don't know if this question was asked when I stepped down.
We were notified by the Port Authority that the start of that dredging should be early 2025.
The 2025 then? Did you say 2025?
Yes, sir.
I'm missing something. I thought that this dredging was to be starting earlier than this. Was there a delay or anything? Why it's going to take that long to start?
Well, initially we were supposed to have the dredging as a territory. It was supposed to be done in 2020, but there's been some challenges, and of course I can't speak for the Port Authority. That would be a question
1
also,
minute.
sent to them, but we did have some challenges in this particular process. I know one of the stumbling blocks that we met was during this process there was wreck that was found in the channel coming in, so that caused this process to be a bit longer. So, but outside of that, Port Authority would have to advise on the time it's taking.
30 seconds.
Now, and my final question would be on this. I heard you talking about developing some properties you have around the corner there. That will be in that case, you'll be looking to go to the bond market. And if that be the case, this $10 million looming over your head, what would it do to you or affect you going to the bond market?
Well, definitely, with that sitting on our balance sheet, that creates a negative effect on our financial outlook, or, the way that any potential investors would look at us as. So that remains a challenge.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Potter. All right. You wanted to add something?
Yeah,
Mr.
I
you
just
may
wanted
proceed.
to, sorry, thanks, Anthony Ottley. CEO. I just wanted to address, I didn't have a chance to address a comment that you made concerning our strategic planning going ahead. I just wanted, I'd be remiss to not state that we have been, especially getting ready for this bond, for the bondholders, we have been having strategic meetings. We did establish, the board established a strategic planning committee, which have been meeting. And as a matter of fact, I can't provide you right now with the actual strategic plan 5 years out. We did make some decisions, like I mentioned to you, concerning these additions that we put on the capital improvement plan, but we did also have a board retreat not too long ago where we have met with the entire board and the executive committee, the executive staff, along with our attorney and our financial planners in strategic planning going forward. So we're actually in the process of getting together, providing a 5 to 10 year strategic plan, but as of right now, it is in the works. So I just wanted to go on the record to say that to you.
Well, thank you for your response, but I am not certain how an organization of this magnitude could be operating without a clear path, a clear direction, a clear strategy for the way forward. That is just something I am definitely at a loss. Colleagues, I think we've Senator Francis Jr., you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, CEO, I know we've been talking about the land-based landing, and obviously that has been tabled per discussion today. But is there an alternative being discussed in respect to perhaps another capital project that would be able to assist and support the additional revenues or development of the Waco area?
Great question. We have been looking at an alternative plan, or, we've been meeting with our engineer of record to see if we can reconfigure our berthing positions at Waco. We're in the process of looking at that, the pros, the cons, the feasibility, what it would cost the company, what it would, the amount of dredging that it would create. So we're actually in the process of doing that legwork. Based on the fact that Long Bay Landing has been tabled, we are looking at alternate plans of being able to get 4 berths instead of 3. But that's in the infancy stage, but that is something also that we met with the, as part of our strategic plan going forward, if in fact Long Bay Landing, unfortunately never comes to fruition.
Thank you for your responses. I think that we've exhausted all of our questions for today, and I know that most definitely the conversation around the pilot has not ended today, because reasonable minds have to prevail, and it is a challenge. And while it seems like the jury is out back and forth between whether you're private, public, whatever it is. The court says one thing, you say next. At the end of the day, this is a Virgin Islands entity. And we have to do what we have to do to ensure that we protect all of our Virgin Islands entities. And if there is a situation that is causing you to have a unrated, because that's what it is, because when I look at your historical performance, it's tough to rate this. I don't see how you could rate it, actually. Whatever we can do to work on this together without giving away the shop, I think that we are all prepared to do that. But there must be some give and take on this. So I would, you heard the conversation today. I think you have some idea as to where our head is with regards to what we would even lightly consider around this. So, you probably need to discuss this with your board and let them know that, we have our eyes set on Catherine Vault. There's legislation around it. If something is, as the Senator Francis Jr. stated, if there's something amiss with the legislation, then we need to discuss it. But we also need to move swiftly to address this pilot, because we have a year in 2021 where your revenue said zero. So if it says zero, then can we really have those expectations? And then you have other years where you're $4, $3, $4, $5 million in the red. So we got to work this together. So,
What of information?
1 second, Senator. You have your work to do. We have our constituents needs to be addressed as well. So let's figure out how we can work this together. Senator, carry on. You recognize your point of information, and then we're going to go to the Chief Executive Officer, President of WICO, to close this segment of our meeting. Senator, carry on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to be clear through the chair. I would like to request any studies or reports in regards to the merge of WICO with VIPA. And it's clear, Madam Chair, that we also would have to have maybe a joint meeting with both entities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Carry on. I remember you saying, Mr. Ottley, that you could put something together. So this is not something that you could put together if we do not have any studies. Usually when you're doing a merger, you have an entity that would come in and look at the both companies, if you will, to determine what the feasibility of it is. Was any of that conducted?
I do not think so, Madam Chair.
So as it stands, all we have is a lot of preliminary discussion. A lot of discussion as to what has actually occurred. Has there been meetings around it? What has occurred?
Well, we had initial meetings with Port Authority and Office of the Governor preliminarily. We explained the challenges in that occurring. All of that was noted at the time with the administration, and that's pretty much it at this point.
Yeah, so I think the one definite takeaway that I got from this around the pilot and specifically with regards to the merger is there must be, and usually, if we see the dance occurring, then the legislature has to say that we're requiring both entities to put up X funding or whatever the case is to actually have the study done. Yeah, otherwise we can just keep talking about it, and we're moving around in circles. So we have to determine how serious we are about this thing. I mean, I really think that there is a happy medium outside of moving in that direction, but something has to give. We can't keep having that same type of conversation. I'm allow you to close, and then we will have the follow-up conversation. I think this is more of what we're discussing today is more of an economic development discussion around the whole. I mean, there is a financial component to it, yes, and that's huge, but we have to figure out from an economic perspective what it is that we want to see with regards to our cruise marine industry in particular here in the territory moving forward, particularly in light of the global movement, the global developments that was so eloquently shared with us by Mr. Sabino. So those are big things that we have to consider. You may proceed with your close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the West Indian Company Limited, our board, our executive staff, and employees, I'd like to thank you for listening to our testimony, hearing our plea, understanding our challenges, and we look forward to meeting again to see how you can help alleviate these challenges that we've expressed. So I'd like to thank you once again, thank the employees of the West Indian Company Limited, and will get back to you with a number of the requests that I have received today. So thank you so much.
And thank you. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess until 1:30.
nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a the man we set the plan, the man we touch the street, love and bless up everyone. The Rasta man no skip a beat, the Rasta man unique. We now go take defeat, the mission not be complete. And through the humble and the meek. My lyrics is my gun. No boy can't tell me no. She rise above the rest. Empress no beg no friend, real empress no bend.
I don't think are we back on the record? No, we're not. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the second block into the record?
Block 2, Bill number 35-0196, an act to amend Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Section 717C and 766C, to establish a deadline for the GERS to resume the personal loan program, remove the $10 million annual aggregate amount and the 8% interest rate cap, limit the system's liability to $75,000, and set a parameter in Section 717 that all loans must be structured such that the payoff date occurs before the retiree reaches age 70. Invited testifiers, Mr. Angel E. Dawson, Jr., Administrator, Government Employees Retirement System, and Mr. Dwayne Calwood, Sr., Board Chairman, GERS Governing Board. That concludes the reading. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this measure? Senator Potter, you recognize.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to our testifiers. I'm pleased to introduce Bill number 35-0196, the bill that amends Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Section 717C and Section 766C in the following ways. One, it establishes a September 30th, 2024 deadline for the resumption of the GERS loan program. Two, it removes the 8% interest rate cap on personal loans. And three, it limits the system's liability to $75,000. Colleagues, removing the mandatory 8% interest rate on the member loan program allows the GERS, like virtually every other institution offering loans, the flexibility to establish interest rates based on real-time data, to include current conditions in the financial market and conditions on the ground. Should a historically low interest rate environment warrant a reduction in interest rates for members of the system, the GERS should have the option of doing so, and vice versa. The $75,000 liability cap that the bill proposes simply puts the system in line with all other semi-autonomous and autonomous government instrumentalities in the GVI. From a risk management perspective, establishing a liability cap can help GERS to manage and mitigate risks associated with potential lawsuits, providing a measure of predictability in financial planning for the pension system, ensuring the system's overall stability and sustainability. At the appropriate time, I will also be offering an amendment to remove the $10 million annual aggregate loan amount in each district to potentially increase loan opportunities for more members once the loan program resumes. Madam Chair and colleagues, as policymakers, at some point, we ought to listen to the people we have appointed to lead, guide, and protect our retirement system by following their recommendations and providing them with the tools necessary to ensure a success trajectory for the GERS, rather than tying their hands and restricting GERS's future success. Madam Chair and colleagues, I respectfully ask for the members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance to vote favorably on Bill number 35-0196. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Potter. I see that we have 3 testifiers before us this afternoon representing the Government Employees Retirement System. And I'm going to ask that you please put your name and title on the record, and we're going to start from my left, your right.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Angel Dawson, Jr., Administrator and Chief Executive Officer of the Government Employees Retirement System.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I am Dwayne A. Calwood, Sr., Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Virgin Islands Government Employees Retirement System.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Ishmael Myers, Jr. I'm the Acting General Counsel of the GERS.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
This is a great sight to see. So my high school friend and college mate is before me, and I know how to refer to you, that's it. I just know you forever and
All
ever.
of that.
All of that. So good afternoon. Hopefully we can come to some final decision on how we're going to move forward with this measure. So let's hear who speaks to the measure as far as the testimony.
I do, Madam Chair.
You may proceed, Mr. Coward.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, committee and non-committee members, the viewing and listening audience, and everyone else within the sound of my voice. I am Dwayne A. Calwood, Sr., Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Virgin Islands Government Employees Retirement System. Accompanying me today are Mr. Angel Dawson, Jr., the Administrator/CEO of the GERS, and Mr. Ishmael Myers, Jr., Acting General Counsel of the GERS. Thank you for the invitation to participate in today's hearing. After conferring with the GERS Administrator, I am presenting a single opening statement representing the concurring positions of both the Board and the system in support of Bill number 35-0196. I respectfully ask for the committee's support of Bill number 35-0196 as it seeks to accomplish a few things that go a long way towards protecting the sustainability of the GERS. Allow me to begin by taking this opportunity to once again publicly express my appreciation to this institution as well as the executive branch for the creation of the Special Purpose Vehicle, SPV, that provided a much-needed lifeline to the GERS. In my opinion, it will go down in the annals of Virgin Islands history as the premier example of what can be accomplished through collaboration and cooperation. While this desperately needed shot in the arm places the GERS on a better financial footing, the system still remains technically insolvent. However, Madam Chair, today my message is not one of gloom and doom, but one of caution and restraint. While the restart of the personal loan program may not have occurred within a timetable desirable to some, as fiduciaries of the pension system, our primary mission is to best position the system to ensure its survivability and ability to deliver on the promises made to public employees when they retire from public service. Senators, people of the Virgin Islands, the status of the GERS is without a doubt much better than it was 2 years ago, but it is still precarious. As fiduciaries of the GERS, we don't have the luxury of merely looking at a snapshot of the GERS as it appears today, but we have a duty to consider the future with respect to the knowns, the very probable, as well as the possible. For example, as a result of the structuring of the payments due to GERS from the SPV, it is projected that between years 2026 and 2039, our cash flow will be negative, reducing our available resources. During the Board of Trustees retreat in July of 2023, the Board agreed to revisit the restart of a personal loan program at GERS in early 2024. Subsequently, during our January Board meeting, the Board agreed to a limited restart of the personal loan program. The Board granted the Administrator the authority to restart a limited personal program no later than April 30th, 2024. The authorization is for calendar year 2024. The Board agreed that annually, during its October monthly meeting, the feasibility of granting reauthorization of the personal loan program during the following calendar year would be considered. The Board also committed to working on a limited personal loan program for retirees as well, as the next phase after the restart of the active employee loan program. With respect to the loan program, Bill number 35-0196 seeks to remove from the Virgin Islands Code the interest rate as well as a fixed dollar aggregate amount to be allocated annually to the loan program. This will allow the Board to manage the loan program in real time, making adjustments based on market conditions as well as the situation of the GERS at that time. A second aspect of the bill seeks to limit the liability of the GERS to $75,000. This would put the GERS in line with other government semi-autonomous entities such as the Virgin Islands Port Authority and the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, just to name a couple. Currently, there is no cap with respect to the GERS. We live in a very litigious society, and GERS is seen by many, including the almost 1 million visitors that traverse the Havenside Mall, as having deep pockets. The GRS has even been a named defendant in lawsuits involving incidents that took place not on GRS-owned properties, but on adjacent properties. This liability cap would go a long way towards protecting the sustainability of the GRS. This, Madam Chair, concludes our opening statement. Thank you once again for the invitation. We remain available for further discussion and to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. You may proceed with your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you and listeners present. I would just like to start with clarifying, is either in the 30th or the 31st legislature, it was passed for GRS to allow for loans to be given to the members, correct? And it was not done. So what is the law right now regarding giving loans?
The Virgin Islands Code right now, I think, states that personal loans should be given. I think the aggregate amount is $20 million total, $10 million per district. 8% is a fixed interest rate, and that's for active employees.
So we're cleaning it up?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, because I just wanted to put out, because I remember it was a big thing where the Senate passed the law and GRS refused to honor it. And now we're trying to clear it up, because you have something like 8% interest that's supposed to be fixed. That would kill people. So is it a cleanup bill? That's what I want to make sure it's put out properly. Now that we're bringing something new.
No, you're not bringing something new. I don't know if it's I guess you could call it a cleanup bill, and I wasn't at the board at the time, but the reason for not starting the loan program at the time the legislation was enacted was because from a financial standpoint, it was not a prudent thing to do. So because of the fiduciary obligations of the trustees, it was decided that the numbers didn't warrant or didn't support rolling out the loan program. That has changed with the creation of the SPV and those funds that came in. So that's why you're seeing it happening now, and it wasn't happening before.
I'm very happy to hear that. And two things I have just in closing. You said, I think in 2026 and 39, there'll be some issue where you can explain the issue.
Okay, so between the way the payments from the SPV are scheduled to come into the GRS is not a fixed amount over the entire life of the SPV. So the initial payments were $158 million, and they're going to start to decrease, I think, in another 3 or 4 years. But there's a period between 2026 and
39.
Right, 26 and 39, where based on the actuarial projections, based on the schedule, the payments coming in from the SPV, we may, more likely than not, we may have negative cash flows.
Okay,
but it's a fluid situation, because you also have to factor in returns that we may get from the portfolio.
1 minute.
That take into consideration if the other contributions that are due from the central government, if we are getting those in a timely manner and in a full amount. So it's a fluid situation. But
so is there a plan to address it?
So that's why we've been very careful in the things that we do now, because the goal has been to try to shore it up now in advance, ahead of when you get into those lean years, I tend to call it.
30 seconds.
Okay, and finally, I know I had a retiree who told me they applied for a loan and they weren't allowed to get a loan because they're retired. And so is that so? Can someone who is retired go and get a loan?
Well, the loan program was suspended across the board.
But no.
But we're just restarting the active employee.
Okay, active alone.
And then once we get a rollout, then we'll revisit and see what we could come up with for the retirees.
Okay, and finally explain why we're using age 70. You could explain on the chair's time, so explain that in a little more detail, please.
Good morning, Senator DeGraff.
Good afternoon.
So, based on the prior practice, it was required that borrowers, active and retired, have credit life insurance so that in the event of their demise, the loan would be repaid from the credit life insurance. And the information at the time was that the insurance company that was utilized, and in fact most of the insurance companies, had an outer limit of 70 years for actuarial purposes with regards to the likelihood of someone's death. So that was the age that was established as the maximum feasible for affordable credit life insurance.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to GRS.
Good afternoon.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Colwood, Mr. Dawson, President and CEO, and Acting General Counsel, Mr. Myers. Thank you very much for your testimony, and I just want to say that Act 7880, Bill number 31-0289, is which allowed for GRS to resume their loan program. And I must say thank you for the resumption of this loan program. Thank you to the board. And I agree with the bill sponsor that's now seeking to make some modification and shoring up the system, where he spoke about the fact that we have to listen to the individuals within GRS to make the decision. I also want to say it's reciprocal, because we also have to listen to the members. Those people are paying the money, government employees that in fact have been asking for this to resume as well. So I think it's a happy day and a win-win situation for everyone involved in this matter. So again, I want to say thank you on their behalf. I have a few questions. First of all, you answered one of it where you said that you'll certainly consider the active employees now, and then there'll be some consideration down the road for retirees. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Very well. And your rationale behind of the 8%, and I think when I read the bill, it speaks to up to 8% and not necessarily 8%. Is that your understanding as well? Or they said automatically 8%?
Okay. Okay, so the code, as it stands, my understanding, the code right now states 8%. And the bill actually says, it strikes at 8% and says the interest rate to be set by the board. Okay.
So in consideration, what is the premise or the criteria by which the board will be making determination what that percentage interest rate should be?
Primarily,
use prime, for example, as your base. What is your base that you'll be utilizing to make the determination?
So primarily, we're going to look at what's available from private institutions for comparable loans. Also keeping in mind that we don't want to necessarily be on the same level. We see this as a benefit, to the members. So we want to be, under where everybody's at, but still in a position where we could generate some kind of revenue. Not to be long-winded, but during COVID, there was a time where interest rates went to like 0. Some places were in the negative. So if we were issuing loans at that time at 8%, we wouldn't have been competitive. So we just want to have the ability to, in real time, make the changes.
So in no instances there will be an opportunity to go higher than what the bank is offering?
1 minute.
No, not when we sit on the board. I wouldn't be voting for that.
You're not going to always be on the board?
Correct.
And that's why it's important that we create languages so it protects. And in fact, we don't want it to go, because we don't want to be, number one, the difficulty or the reason why we're asking, because there was some reluctance at times for the banking institution to actually grant the loans. And government employees having access to this was a lot easier. And you also want to make sure that it is reasonable and
30
it is
seconds.
comparable. Real quickly, and in regards to the $75,000 cap, I know for general government is actually 25,000, and then you talk about semi-autonomous agency and put them on par with Viper and others. Is there any pending litigations or anything that we should be concerned about in regards to now you wanting to create a cap?
Yes, well, we currently have 3
Time.
major cases stemming from instances that happened at the Havenside Mall. One is a very significant case, which is currently being settled. And because of the non-disclosure agreement, I really can't say too much about that. We have 2 other cases that are currently in the discovery phase, and it really wouldn't be prudent for me to say anything because the cases are just beginning. But yeah, we do have cases that stem from incidents that occur at the mall. We have had cases from incidents that occurred at the St. Thomas headquarters that I know of.
Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up along the same line, just a follow-up. Sure. And you know that we can't pass law that's retroactively, right?
That's
So
correct.
Whatever we are moving now will be proactively. Yeah, well. Again, we can't pass laws that retroactively impact things that's already in progress, but
we understand that.
Okay, very well.
Yes.
Whatever we do here, again, we have to be mindful that negotiation continue, whatever you're doing currently, and that we're not moving these legislation, particularly for any particular situation that you're currently involved in.
Senator Francis, if I may?
You may.
I was happy that you said what you said because as Attorney Myers was speaking, I was thinking what you were about to ask with regards to this not being ex post facto, that we are looking at this from a policy standpoint going forward, not to affect the cases that are currently being actioned.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. I up here having a time because I know we just passed a measure some time ago that were retroactive to March of last year. So, let me make sure I don't say we. I vote no. Well, you had vote the graph, no? Yeah, so it happens for what it needs to happen for. Okay? That leads me to this question, the insurance. You have, because you have them all, and you have challenges with slip and fall and those types of things, right? So
That's correct.
There's a vast difference between your errors and omissions and then your slip and fall, correct?
Correct.
So, do you have you have errors and omissions insurance, correct? Yes?
Yes, we do.
So you have that for your board members and your executive level employees, correct? And then you have, what is that insurance called?
Liability
The liability insurance.
Yes.
You have that.
We do.
Yes.
So are you proposing that you become self-insured with this cap of $75,000? I'm trying to understand specifically around your slip and fall matters.
Sure. If I may,
Yes.
and piggybacking on the chairman's statement, you may have people that may legitimately suffer some injury, but who see this as an opportunity to win the lottery and see that the government employees retirement system, which is for the benefit of our retirees, becomes their piggy bank, and you have a multi-million-dollar case where the damages may truly be much more modest. So the $75,000 cap, in accordance with, for instance, the Port Authority, should discourage that type of behavior.
So the Port Authority's insurance cap is also associated with the passengers traversing the airport, etc.
Correct.
That's correct.
So this is not a unique request then?
No, it's not.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood that. Thank you. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to Administrator Dawson, Board Chair Calwood, and Council Myers. And thank you so much for your testimony. First, I want to start by saying thank you to the sponsor for bringing this piece of legislation forward, and thank you to the administrator and the board for assuring that, on behalf of our government employees, that this loan program come back online. It's very important to many individuals. Let me state in respect to the testimony, Board Chair Calvert, you spoke to a duty, in terms of considering the future with respect to the knows, the probable, and the possible, right? And then you went on to state the challenge that's going to happen between 2026 and 2039 with cash flow. Let me ask you quickly, how will it assist positively or negatively toward the challenges when it comes to cash flow during that period, if any?
Well, I mean, you could indirectly link this bill here to are we talking about the loan?
Yes, portion, period.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the loan program does a guaranteed return on the funds that you are circulating within the loan program. We are in the financial markets, and there are going to be years when we do very, very well, and there are going to be years when we don't do as good. Or maybe you might even take a small loss, but the funds that are in the loan program, that's a guaranteed fixed return. The only issue with that is that if you borrow money out to somebody for 5 years, we can't call you 2 years in and say, hey, we need the cash, bring it back. But from a longevity perspective, this is a sure source of income.
I just wanted to put it on the record. It's a sound return on your investment, basically, on behalf of the system, and more importantly, on behalf of the members, because, they are the one that basically carrying the system. So I wanted to put it on the record. And again, I know there's two amendments, an amendment coming in terms of the cap, and also in terms of the amount from $10 to $20 million. So definitely, I am supporting this legislation. I want to thank you so much for, thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I really don't have any questions. It's a no-brainer for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I forgot to recognize the presence of Senator Maurice James, who is here with us this afternoon. Thank you for being here, Senator James. We're going to go to the next senator, Senator Javon James. Senator Samuel Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
It is from the retirement group. Any representative from any of the retirement groups or associations? Can I ask the director if they had any conversation with any of the members?
Well, good afternoon, Senator. We always have conversations with our members. We've met with the retiree group on St. Croix maybe about a month ago, as well as general casual conversations.
Have these changes been shared with the group, and what's their take on it?
Mr. Chairman?
No, Senator, the bill has not. We did not send the bill out to the groups for the input, if I understand your question correctly.
Yes, that's the question, and I would have loved to have representatives here also, as we are looking at a proposed legislation that will impact them. Is always to have stakeholders present to be able to get all perspectives and feedback regarding to a matter that we have to deliberate and decide on. So that's my take on that. For the record, I think that we should have had them present to be able to respond to any questions and hear their perspective. Now, regards to some of the points, the section within the proposed legislation, I see that removing the 8% interest. So it's not really removing. So let me go back. So you're removing it totally, and it then sits on the board's responsibility and authority to decide what that interest rate would be. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Compare to your portfolio and interest rates from the stocks and other ventures that GERS has gotten into. What's your return on those type of investments?
So, Senator, within the last quarter, we're looking at returns of approximately 9%.
And what's the current market now when it comes to personal loans of this nature that we are considering?
Well, that varies from institution to institution. I do believe that this rate would be competitive.
So what's the overall average currently within the market?
Senator, I don't have that information. However, remember that the board, when they acted in January,
1 minute.
was utilizing the statutory set rate of 8%, and the loan program was reauthorized on a limited basis on the statutorily indicated rate of 8%.
Well, thank you for sharing that. But I really have some concerns because this really gives all the authority and the power to the board to increase the interest rate. And, my concern is, who's advocating on behalf of the retirees and their position. This really doesn't, removing the cap of 8% really opens up to establishing any percentage that the board at such time may deem necessary. And really, the purpose of this is to continue to have a very low interest loan program for our government employees. So at this present time, I have some reservations, but I'm open to continue to hear the discussion, and I'll make any further questions if necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Let me double check.
Senator Karen, you need a response? You good?
No, ma'am.
All right, very well. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. And, welcome to the distinguished panel, Mr. Dawson, Mr. Calwood, and of course Myers. I am in full support of this bill, and congratulations to the bill's sponsor. Right before you came in, we had a distinguished panel also testifying before us. And you see, unlike you, because the stuff went out in the paper, Angel Dawson getting $250,000 plus $12,660 housing allowance.
That's not
the
correct.
other group didn't want to provide us with that information. But you see, they are also part of the executive branch of government. They've been bought. We paid $48 million to acquire Waiko and Katrina Borg, but they want to come before the legislature and say that's privileged information. No, it's all public information. So Waiko, you're going to provide it anyhow, and it's public information. But I'm definitely in support of this. I want to follow up on the line of questioning of the president, because you see, when you was offering that 8% rate, right? We know that that was always the cheapest rate. And I'm glad that, Mr. Calwood, you made a commitment to the president that you're going to keep the interest rate lower than the bank to the greatest extent feasible. Because you see, in housing, right, the housing chair is right here. This GERS loans, they used to give the personal loans and the land loan. That land loan especially was how a lot of Virgin Islanders became homeowners. So this is a major accomplishment where the GERS is now going to restart giving the retirees and the government employees this loan. So I am so proud that we can support this legislation, because it's going to help local Virgin Islanders, government employees in particular, but it's very good. And so with the 75,000 cap, right? I also support that. So you got to look at it, right? The legislature is asking you to make sure that you keep the loan rates competitive. And we also going to give you that 75,000 cap. So, you know, it's a little trade-off. I agree with the 75,000 cap, so no one can sue you for more than that. But hear what we're saying and try to keep the loan interest rates low. So let me ask you have any idea it's going to be prime plus something? Mr. Calwood, you said, I heard you.
Okay, so, let me respond to the question. During the January meeting when we did the authorization to restart the loan program.
1 minute.
The board was comfortable with the 8%, which is what was in the statute. Had we not been comfortable with the 8%, then we probably would have held off until we could have tried to get legislation moved to give us that authority. We were fine with the 8%. We're looking future down the road and saying, okay, we may end up in a situation where the 8% is no longer competitive.
Yes.
So we want to have that flexibility to be able to set the interest rate. And prior to Act 7880, that authority did rest with the
30
board.
seconds.
So it's not something that we didn't have before.
Yes, yes. And
if we wanted to restart the loan program at a lower interest rate, we wouldn't have, the statute had it set at 8, so we didn't have the flexibility.
Yes, and I am in full support because, you know, I know Mr. Angel Dawson is worth that for the, you know, for the responsibility. And this is a major commitment. Listen, you know, the last time you were here, Mr. Coward, you said that the board was going to reinstate. And now you're here before the board reinstating it. And this is very important. This is so good for the government employees and the retirees. And congratulations again, and well deserved. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Madam Chair, can I correct one thing for the record?
Certainly.
Mr. Dawson receives not one penny past $250,000. Okay, so
No.
I just no housing allowance. I just wanted that to be clear.
I thought you come from the state. No, but seriously, it don't mean that you have to cover the states because we should treat our people. We should pay them what they're worth, and the retirement system is a heavy lift and a very serious matter. So, while we're making light of it, it's a serious matter. But let's go back to the interest rate. So, Mr. Coward, you referenced that you want to remain competitive, and I was not here when the legislation was created for that allows the retirement system to provide loans to its members. However, I'm always mindful, and you know, we have to encourage our banks in the Virgin Islands to really provide those services to the community. So I saw the retirement loan program more of what we see with like our, what do you call it? What do you call it? Them thing you to put your money in, man. We have this
Credit union?
Credit union, yes. The credit union. I saw that more like the credit union. So it's more of a, if you're unable to get through the bank, then so that's why you saw that the interest rates looked a little higher. I do agree that for the legislature to say the cap is a hard 8%, you know, based on the market, that don't allow you to be flexible. But I don't want us to compete with the banks in the Virgin Islands. I know that is not something that we should be doing with our retirement system. We should make the loans available, but they must be available within a reasonable percentage. But I don't know that we should be competing with our banks. And I'm going to hear from Mr. Dawson on this because he's a banker. So tell me your thoughts around my concern with that.
I definitely agree that we should not be competing with private enterprise. Aside from the interest rate, though, there are other conditions that are attached to commercial banks. First of all, they all have to abide by the usury law, which sets the maximum rate that can be charged for loans. But then there are credit factors that go into making decisions within private banks. And I'm not speaking across the board, but of course there may be some of our active members that would now qualify for loans with us that they wouldn't qualify with a private institution, for instance, due to their credit score or debt to income, things of that sort. So this is definitely another available avenue for them to be able to access capital.
Right. So this is why I have the concern about the competitive discussion, because it's really not competitive. It's actually, it's like more of a go-to, if you will, to allow our members to get loans.
In many cases, yes.
Yes. So that's my primary concern. So for me, I've looked at it and I saw that the legislation says 8% interest rate is stricken and replaced with an interest rate set by the board. So I personally feel that that particular section needs additional language, because we don't want, we may have the board that we're seeing today, we're not going to see it 20 years from now, right? So we want to make sure that what the intent is very clear, that we don't want us to be, a board may decide they want to be competitive, another one may recognize the conversation that I'm having. So we need to have language in there that specifically protects both the retirement system as well as the members. That's my concern with this section. So what are your thoughts?
I totally agree, and as you were making a last point, I really thought about it, and I use the word competitive, but I was thinking more attractive. Attractive would have been a better description of what I was trying to convey. But I totally agree with the point that you're making, and I have seen too many instances in the Virgin Islands where we got in trouble because we did something at a particular time based on who was in a particular spot, and none of us are going to be here forever, like you say. So I think we get into trouble when we do things based on the who and not necessarily the what.
Senator, if I may add that when we say attractive, it also has to be attractive to the system, right? Because we have to earn returns so that we are able to pay our retirees annuities. Presently, for example, the 8% is attractive because it's above the minimum threshold of 6% that we're seeking in terms of returns, actuarial returns. So 8% is good. It may be a little bit less than we're earning on the portfolio presently, but over time, of course, we're not going to be earning necessarily at a rate of 10%, 9% annually. Our investment portfolio, based on markets, may earn lower. So I think it's in the sweet spot presently.
Agreed, and that's my concern with us changing it, but we don't have language that has a little more meat around it. It just says at the discretion of at an 8% interest rate is stricken and the rate is set by the board. I just feel like there needs to be some language around that gives us more comfort for both sides of the aisle. So that's something we need to think about. I am in support of the measure, but I believe that we need to do some tweaking on that in the language and in that area. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to everyone once again, and definitely a pleasant good day to the hardworking gentlemen who are present here today from the Government Employees Retirement System. I see two of my good Moravian brothers sitting at each end. So I really am very hopeful that our system will continue to do well, given that we have two fine gentlemen and Mr. Carwood here, who also has a financial background, leading the charge. So many of my colleagues have already expressed my concern, and it's just that language relative to the interest rate being set by the board. I think we are comfortable with something in there to have, at least I would be a little bit more comfortable having, whether it is an addition, a percentage that's added to the prime rate. That's just me. That's just my perspective. And I will say why I would be more amenable to that. Because, and you could correct me, when we as employees go to receive a loan, do you do any credit check?
Senator, the way that the loan program was established for active employees, it's a percentage of the contributions, and it is not credit underwritten in terms of having a credit check.
And that's why I wouldn't be opposed to it, because you're not taking a ding. My credit rating isn't going to take a ding with getting this loan. It's beneficial. So if I don't have a good credit rating, my credit rating is good, right? If you don't have a good credit rating, that means because it's our investment that we are withdrawing on and taking out, that it isn't going to impact our credit rating. Correct?
Correct.
So this is a very advantageous program. I can't wait for it to start because I'm coming down there for a loan. This is truths and facts, because I want to maintain my good credit rating so that when I need to go get a mortgage, should I need to, right? I don't have to worry that I went to get this loan to pay down on my, my down payment to get this mortgage loan. You gentlemen are shaking your head in the affirmative. So that's part of the strategy. So I really think it just need to have that piece in there for me. Now, I wanted to also visit something relative to the startup time. Mr. Dawson, you indicated it publicly and on my radio show you're going to look at starting it before May, in April of this year, to start up this loan program, correct?
Yes, Senator. The board in its January meeting authorized us and directed us to restart the program by a limited program by April 30th, and we will comply with that directive.
So you are full speed ahead to comply.
Absolutely.
And the loans will be administered, or the application will be administered online?
Well, we're working out the details presently, Senator, so we don't want to do a drip of the details coming out. There'll be a release that will have all of the details.
And this bill is going to allow for the $10 million to be used that the board approved territorially,
That's
correct?
$10 million per district, so it's $20 million.
So it's total, Madam Chair, so it's a total of $20 million. So $10 million for each district. That's very good. That means a lot of people are going to be lining up. I hope you have the capacity, if you're going to offer it online, so that people could go online, because you're going to have long lines, because this is really beneficial to the people. Like I said, I will be supporting this bill. I'm not a member of this committee to vote on it, but once get approved in this committee and move on to the Rules and Judiciary Committee, which I'm a member of, I will be in support of it. I just have that one concern regarding the board setting the interest rate. I will be amenable if they say prime and you add a percentage under the prime. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman Calwood, how are you today?
I'm great, Senator. Yes. Yourself?
You and I still buddies, right?
Man, always.
Okay, because you got my colleague here thinking, man, oh, see your boy there. You remember the last time he stopped
No,
for you?
No, we will always be good.
Good. No, just a light moment. In any case, surprisingly, nobody said, we fought this from 8 years ago, back in 2016, in the 31st legislature. And I championed this. I want to publicly again thank people like former senators like Jeanette Millen-Young and Cord Vielle, who assisted in championing this, and the rest of the body that supported the measure. I was happy to hear you say, Mr. Chairman, that this is a guaranteed fixed return. We have been saying this to the system for a long time, and Act 7880 also was crafted with the mindset of protecting the system. That's why we put the protections in place in Act 7880. It's already up to the board, according to the Act, to set the interest rates. It states that personal loans must carry interest rates that are set in advance from time to time and shall be made payable as set by the board. It's right here in Act 7880. The only thing is, I'm wondering with this is that in the bill before us, 0196, it says to establish a deadline for the GERS to resume the personal loan program. Didn't Act 7880 already mandates that you do it? Didn't the board vote to restart the loan program already?
Yes, in January of 2024.
Of this year?
Correct.
8 years
correct.
later, after about 6 years when I threatened to take the system to court back in 2022. But the point is that you all already, the board, have stated that you will resume the loan program according to Act 7880. Do you have a definitive date for that?
The deadline.
1 minute.
The deadline given to the administrator in our resolution is April 30th, 2024. I don't want to. I guess I could publicly put them on the spot. It's up to the administrator to decide the logistics, but April 30th, 2024 is the drop dead deadline for restarting the program.
Okay. So, I'm just looking at this. I want to support this as well, but I'm just looking at it,
30
wondering
seconds.
if it's duplicative in our efforts. And I do agree that that we should not be competing with the commercial banks. However, it's only right that the members of the system can borrow their own monies. If everybody else could come from all walks of life to borrow our monies, then we should be able to borrow our own monies. And as you stated, on the record, time after time again, this is a guaranteed return for the system, and it's a win-win situation for all. I'll wait to see where this committee takes this measure, and I will be able to vote once it gets to rules and the full body. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Gittens, and I do agree that we should be allowed to borrow from ourselves, right, Senator? Absolutely, I agree. So let me ask. So based on what we are proposing today, the language that says personal loans under this section shall not exceed the aggregate amount of 10 million per fiscal year per district for a maximum allocation of 20 million. So at what point, so this is being considered to be stricken. So the 10 million per district is considered to be stricken. And I understand that we can't really operate our retirement system based on districts. I get that, right? So at what point, I guess there will be a policy that will be set around the system that speaks specifically to how many loans you will be issuing per year, or you make those determinations at the beginning of the year? How are you going to determine what is your cutoff point per, what is it, fiscal year, per annum, as it relates to your loans per annum?
Okay, so what the board decided was in each meeting, each October meeting, because the SPV payment is due the 1st of October, we meet towards the end of the month in October. So during the October meeting, we would look at our financials and decide, okay, we could do 25 million for next year or 30 million for next year.
Enough said. So then, I forget that we have the SPV, and that SPV, what the life of it is 30 years?
Correct.
So over that 30-year window, so we need to make another amendment to this, because, again, we're talking about folks moving. We got people, we have those that are on the incline in our community and those that are on the decline. So then we're not going to be here forever. Oh, inbound elbow, right? we weren't talking about implements this morning. But yes, so I think that we need to just show up the language a little more. It's just to protect the system, protect its members, and we don't have arbitrary decisions being made that, a review needs to take place every October with regards to the payment that is to be made to the system to make the determination as to what the loan amounts will be on an annual basis.
So just
is that fair?
Correct. And just as a point of clarification, the authorization is for each calendar year. So from October, we can determine, okay, next calendar year, starting January, this is what we're rolling with. And using a dollar aggregate amount as opposed to saying X number of loans, because somebody may, come for the full amount, somebody may only come for half, so we don't want to have just a set number of loans. Let's look at the dollar amount and we go until we hit that cap.
Anna, so the ask is that you assist us with coming up with what you would like that shore up language to look like. Because, again, we don't do this every day. But I see where, we want to make sure that when we move this legislation that it don't come back to bite us in the future. Right. Okay?
Point well taken.
All right. Senator Johnson. I think I see Senator James. Senator James, you may proceed. And then we'll go to Senator Johnson after. Sorry about that.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. And kudos to the sponsor of the measure. That's why we have 3 bites at the apple. And I must say, the good senator from Frederickson, the majority leader, I remember when I was an employee of the legislature back then, I saw firsthand where he was trying to get this done. But moving forward, we understand why it wasn't done in the first place. But thank you to the previous members of this body who made sure that we may stabilize the system to a situation where we can now offer loans. I remember during that conversation, we were saying to ourselves, we must save the GERS system because it's a unique system. There isn't any system like this any place around the world, and it's for the people, by the people. So I'm happy to know that our people who sometimes do face challenges with banks, and I'm not attacking the banks, but at least they have an opportunity to be able to get a loan, and the good majority leader said, it's their own money. So I stand in full support of this measure, but as far as the flexibility, I understand why. I remember when we were doing the special purpose vehicle, we were trying to put an interest rate in there, and there were some concerns, and we wanted to make sure there was some flexibility in there because of the market, and it's no different what we're doing here today. But if we do want to put some other language in there to make sure there's some accountability, sure. But certain things do not need to be codified. We need to give the experts in which we have passed by this body, and we have faith in Mr. Dawson, who happens to be a subject matter expert in the field of finance and banking. But my question is, as far as your public relations and your transparency, I'm kindly asking, when this measure is passed and signed by the governor, because everybody do not pay attention to these Senate hearings. They do not read the newspapers. Some get the information by he say, she say, and sometimes the wrong information get out there. So I'm just really asking that Mr. Dawson, you and your team really do a public campaign to make sure that the word is out. And I'm assuming you do have somebody who is fully versed in this field.
Yes, Senator, we have an excellent communications person within GERS. As a matter of fact, I hope that you received as one of our stakeholders our recent newsletter issued in February that went out to all of our active members, to all our retirees, to all our stakeholders, including the legislature. That was very thorough, very detailed.
1 minute.
We'll be doing that again, of course, with regards to the loan program, sharing all the information. I earlier, in response to Senator Fonseca, indicated that instead of giving a drip by drip with regards to how the loan program is going to be executed, that we'll be having a comprehensive release with all of the information one time, and we'll repeat that as many times as necessary. So yes, Senator, along the spirits of your question, there'll be full transparency and communication
30 seconds.
to educate our members.
Because St. Croix took a real hard blow when the St. Croix Avis was shut down. And I'm not saying that these online companies cannot fill that gap. But we want to make sure that the word is out, because I think it's a good program. And it's something that needs to be out there. Now, as far as the interest rates, right? I was listening to the hearing while I was in a meeting. He said based on the bill, September 30th, 2024 is when we should start this. Do you have an idea of what that interest rate would be? And if you answer that question before, my apologies.
Senator, first, the board in its January meeting did pass a resolution that the loan program on a limited basis shall begin no later than April 30th. We will comply, and the interest rate that was set by the board was 8%.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you, Mr. Dawson, and your entire team for your service to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Senator.
Point of information.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Gittins, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Speaking about being a stakeholder and whether or not you have a well-versed individual for a public service campaign, Mr. Administrator, what's the status of the member discount program? Because I noticed I was on your website and we were seeing where this has not been updated since about 2016. I think you stated that you do have someone on staff that's well-versed to handle your public campaign?
Yes, Senator, thank you for that question. And actually, it's a question that came up recently on Senator Joseph's, Caller Joseph's radio call-in program. That is a program that the GERS had that was suspended for various reasons prior to my arrival on the scene. But in speaking with the relevant individuals, we will be doing the necessary work to get that program restarted. It would be very premature of me at this point to share any details in that regard, but it is our intention to restart the program.
Thank you. Again, we got to look out for the members to include the retirees, and at some point I would advise you that I do have the amendment already submitted that will be shared with colleagues regarding including retirees in the loan program under Act 7880. Thank you again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. You've talked about a newsletter?
Yes, Senator.
I don't recall receiving it, but I would love to see it.
Oh, absolutely. If which I know she is, my Director of Communications is listening, please ensure that all the senators receive the newsletter. I was told, because I did ask, to ensure that all of you on the
What
mailing
email
list.
address would it have come from?
I'm sorry, that's a detail that would escape me, but it would be from the GERS.
No. Okay.
Trust me, they're listening, and you will be getting it
Okay,
probably
so
within
hopefully-
10
yeah.
minutes.
Okay, great, perfect.
But
So we'll look forward to
on
getting
a
that.
standing matter, you should be on our mailing list for all our various releases that go out. So I would really be surprised if you're not. But we will correct that.
Okay, very well. Who's next? Senator Johnson, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience and to the testifiers. And I must say kudos to the sponsor of this measure. Long been awaiting. As I was traveling to work this morning, I did receive a couple calls in regards to this GRS loan, and I was drilled about how much money going to be allotted, how much money going to be allowed to get, the percentage and everything. So I sure hope that those folks that was drilling me paid attention today. What I would like to ask is, what specific measures are being implemented to mitigate any potential risks associated with restarting the loan program, being that, we have these issues that are still pending or lingering over us as far as, making the GRS whole?
Thank you, Senator. And your question is an excellent one, and it goes to a statement made earlier that we need to strike a balance between accommodating our members, active employees, borrowers, and looking out for the well-being of the system. So you're limited to 75% of your contributions or $10,000, whichever is less. And in the event that you were to, for some reason, default on your loan for an extended period of time, our security is your contribution. So Senator Fred Gregory isn't going to be paying for Senator Francis's loan should Senator Francis default. Not picking on Senator Francis, of course.
Thank you very much for that, because a lot of folks are eager to, get on board. It's been a blessing in the past, and I quite sure will be a blessing again to its members that they can utilize their own money at a fair rate. And then I would like to know how do you think the GRS can better address concerns and needs of the retirees, particularly with the cost of living adjustment that normally take place?
Well, Senator, the best thing that we can do is ensure that we continue to be in a financial position to meet our obligation to pay the annuities. And of course, a few years ago, not many years ago, before the passage of the SPV, that was truly in question. The GERS had about $400 million in available resources. The annual payment to retirees is about $250 million. Do the math, and you could see that we were less than 2 years away from an inability to pay retirees. So that is the best thing that we can do to assist our retirees. I'm not going to speak to policy with regards to a cost of living or anything of the sort. Right now, we're in the process of rebuilding the system and ensuring that we can continue to meet our sacred obligations to retirees.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this coming forward, and I
1
applaud
minute.
the sponsors with this piece of measure. I'm not a voting member of this committee, but for sure when it comes forward, I'll be voting in the affirmative to make sure that this happens. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may, to answer a question
Certainly.
that you asked earlier, and I told you they were listening. It was in fact sent to all senators, and it would have come from the newsletter, and it would have come from communications@usvigers.com.
Okay, we'll check.
I know you get many, many
Yes, we
emails,
do.
so you may
Yes,
have
we do.
overlooked it.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And we'll now hear from Senator Maurice James.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, especially, of course, Mr. Dawson. Good
Senator
afternoon.
James, good afternoon.
I first want to extend my condolences and to the family of Mr. Hugh Pemberton. Unlike most people who know him from the radio, I actually knew him as a client more than 20 years ago when he was forming several of his businesses. And I also worked with him on the laying of the fiber optic cables in Frederickstead. Most of you may know it as the Global Crossings project. But I really want to say that Mr. Pemberton, more than anything else, was an example of how we can all pull ourselves up with the skills and talents we have, because he was an excellent businessman and entrepreneur. So again, my condolences to his family. I want to ask, I'm not that familiar, of course, with the GRS and personal loans, being a military member, but I wanted to ask, when it came, so I have some questions that I need to ask to educate myself. One being that when the rate was set at 8%, does that mean that 8% applies across the board and there is no consideration of an individual's credit worthiness, for example, their credit score or their debt to income ratio? Would then, and going forward, would the board then set a rate that's applicable to all employees applying for a personal loan?
Senator, the loans that were made in the past, the personal loans, and as it is proposed going forward, are not credit underwritten, meaning that it is not dependent on your credit score, which actually works to the benefit of many of our active members who might have issues if that were to be the case, because we're trying to strike a balance. It is their money. It's a loan against their contributions. That is our security. If we were to impose the same standards that the private commercial banks use, it would exclude a significant number of our employees.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. So it leads me to the next question, because as you know, what you just said is that they otherwise may not have been able to get a loan out in the private market. Do you then, because I know this happens in the military, do you then deduct the payment from, is the payment deducted automatically from their checks, or do they then pay voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am, it is by payroll deduction.
It is by payroll, so there is a protection for the system.
As well, correct.
Okay, and I understand it's their money, but they want to have their money for a long time. We keep saying it's their money, but at the same time, we have to protect the system, like you clearly said. There has to be a balance,
30 seconds.
Because no one wants to find themselves where I may have gotten a loan, but then I'm no longer getting any retirement checks, correct?
Correct, and they're limited to 5 years. The maximum term is a 5-year loan.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the liability, the $75,000, I know that you can't disclose present or pending litigation, but historically, has there been situations where them has had to pay more than the $75,000? I guess that's a way to put it in a delicate manner.
Sure. We'll allow Attorney Myers to address that.
The answer to that question is yes.
So you have. So this actually then would protect the system going forward?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Like I said, it's similar to the Port Authority and the Waste Management Authority in terms of the dollar amount.
Great. Was my time called?
Yes, but you want to wrap up, Senator? That's fine.
No, I am fine, Madam Chair. I'm fine. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We will now hear, let me just ask one quick question before we hear from the bill sponsor, and that's associated with because we have to talk about everything. We missed one piece today, and that is the retirement age. So previously, it says the principal amount together with interest thereon must be repaid to the system in installments at least equal to 5% of the member's salary and at a rate that will affect repayment of loan before the member attains retirement age. Right? Which were kind of weird. Right? No, it says retirement age. We're now changing it to 70. Yeah, that's what the law said previously. Currently, that's what the law says.
Yes, 70.
Member attains the retirement age. So I'm looking at the red, I'm looking at the red line version, right? So now you are saying age 70. But I'm trying to figure out how were you offering loans before? So are we saying that when you were only members, active members could have received loans in the previous iteration, current as the law is currently? Because that's what I'm reading. Will affect repayment of the loan before, was the repayment of the loan before the member attains yeah, but you don't I don't understand. Okay, so so basically you're saying, yes, I'm correct, that once you're retired in the current iteration of the law, you cannot get a loan because this is subjective, attains the retirement age. It would be the retirement age of the system. Yes? You couldn't get let me be a little clearer, because sometimes you know how virginals people are. We like to go around the bush. Could you have received a loan while you were a retiree? That's the question on the table.
I believe prior you could. I believe prior you could.
Yes. The current law, if we say no to this today, it means that retirees cannot get a loan. Correct? That's what I'm reading in the current law. I don't know what the practice is.
Correct. Well, the loan program was suspended entirely previously.
No, I'm saying, if the reinstatement, we have to reinstate based on what you have in front of you. We are now working on this amended legislation. You see?
So the practice was that you could get a loan as a retiree.
Say that clear. Couldn't or could?
Could.
COULD.
Yes. In the affirmative, yes, you could.
Previously.
So that was outside of the law then? That's what the law say?
Yeah.
I mean, council, you have something different, or is there an amendment to the law that I'm not seeing, or is there like conflict? Because you also have those types of challenges in the legislation. Because some of this work that we're doing today is cleanup as well.
Right.
So is there in another section of the law that says something different? Because what I'm seeing, I don't see any other.
Excuse me, if I may. Historically, I believe that retirees were allowed to get loans. Historically, retirees were allowed to get loans in the past.
You ain't answer what I asked you, though.
What do you mean?
I ain't asked you what a historical.
I'm about to answer your question.
Yes.
In this particular law, it just says active members are allowed to. So as of this particular statute, only active members will be allowed to get personal loans.
Which particular statute? The statute that's in effect?
The one that's in effect right now.
7880.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if this adds clarification, but Act 7880 spoke specifically to active members. I don't know if that helps you.
That's right. So that's the answer to the question. So no, retirees could not receive or participate in the loan program.
That is correct.
Even if you're 50? That's currently what the law says.
That is correct.
Okay, so now let's talk about what we are proposing. So we are now proposing, because the people out there need to hear what we're proposing, right? So this says, at a rate that will affect repayment of the loan before the member attains age 50. 70.
70, okay.
70. However, is there contradictory legislation, to your point, that speaks only to active, based on what you just said, Coward? Act number what?
7880.
7880.
It's only active.
So we got to fix this, Mr. Bill Sponsor. Yeah, we got to make sure that we ain't having bump up language. We have 70 here, we have active up here. So what I think that what we're saying is, yes, you can be a retiree and attain a or participate rather in the loan program. Is that the intent? We're trying to make sure that we're clear. What's the intent? What's the pleasure of the retirement system? What's the intent of the legislation based on, I'm sure you worked in tandem with the sponsor.
Correct. So the intent was we really were addressing the restrictions in Act 7880, which speaks directly to active members. I know that historically retirees were able to get loans in practice. So now the point that you're raising about it being contrary to Virgin Islands Code is kind of eye-opening. You raised something that I wasn't aware of, because the plan was we're going to roll out the active plan and then we're going to work on the retiree plan. But the point that you're raising now is a valid one, where that practice in the past of issuing loans to retirees may have in fact been contrary to.
But that's not what it is. I'm trying to make sure that we are treating our retirees. I mean, if some people retire, what the Tier 1 retirement age is?
It is currently, you can retire at 30 years after any age.
At what?
You can retire at any age after 30 years.
And?
Of service, of credited service. And also, I believe you can retire at age 60 with 10 years of service.
Or class 3 with 20 years regardless.
Yeah. Or you can retire as a, what's called, class 3, or a hazardous duty pay. You can retire after 20 years.
So all I'm asking is that we just take some time to make sure that we look at any other legislation that's in place to make sure that we do the complete cleanup, so you don't have any challenges as you roll out the program.
To reconcile
because
all
this
the language.
changes to age 70, so we have people who retire long before that. So it's kind of weird that I'm retired not 70 or not 65, and I'm not able to participate in the program. Okay, Senator DeGraff, and then we're going to go to the bill sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was in regards to why I asked in the beginning about it being a cleanup bill and why they went to 70. And I think you just clarified it the best, Madam Chair, in terms of the law stating that only active employees, but when you put to 70 years old, you more or less tipping it over to the retired individuals. So I think unless it's removed, that's the conflict of what it is, Madam Chair, is bringing up. That's what I was asking you in the beginning, how you got to 70, and also it being a cleanup bill, it should address what's active presently in the law. That's why I asked in the first set of questions that I asked. So if that will clarify that. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Madam
Okay,
Chair.
so you go ahead. Hopefully you found the section of the code that has...
I have not found a section of.
Yeah, we found it.
However, what it says here is that the payoff day must occur before the retiree reaches 70. Which typically means that you can get a loan as an active duty member. You can retire before the loan is paid off, but the loan must be paid off by the time you reach 70.
Okay, so
According to
Section
this.
766, 766C3, Section 3 says personal loans to members who have retired are entitled to annuities. If the loan does not exceed $50,000, retiring members may refinance an existing personal loan once the fiscal year is in accordance with the regulations, etc. But it says here, personal loans to members who have retired are entitled to annuities if the loan does not exceed $50,000. Because so we have some cleanup. We don't want any challenges. Personal loans to members who have retired are entitled to annuities if the loan does not exceed $50,000. I don't know what I mean. I mean, like, it's almost sound to me like if you get ready to retire, you need to make sure that your loan is under the 50, or is it?
And Senator, I think this is why the board, and I don't speak for the board, which is why I'm remaining silent on some of these points. The law may be more expansive than what the board has authorized.
Yes.
Because it's being called a limited program. So limited means that it is less than it was previously and less than was probably authorized by statute previously.
Right, but remember now, if you start him back the loan program, we're here cleaning up the language.
This is a time.
My colleague made a comment, I don't think it was in this block, but it was in the other block. When we formulate laws and they're enacted, they're expected to be followed. So if there's a challenge with the legislation as it is presented, as you are now reopening your loan program, my suggestion is as we move this particular amendment to the legislation forward, we do a deeper dive and read into those areas that may impact the overall loan program and the active versus inactive employees, etc. That's my ask. I think it serves us better to just clean it up, like my kids that say one time for the one time. It serves us better. Okay? My children, because some people don't like to use that term. My children. I won't get a text. Okay. Senator Pata, bill sponsor, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your input. I mean, that is why legislation is not crafted in isolation. So your input was well received, and we are going to make the adjustments prior to the bill moving to the Rules Committee, which is the next step once it passes the Committee on Finance. And I was reading, Madam Chair, just that section of the code that you were just referencing, and it seems to me like this has to be an error in just the typing of it, because it says personal loans to members who have retired are entitled to annuities. That really doesn't even make sense. I think it does. Personal loans to members who have retired are entitled to annuities if the loans do not exceed $50,000. So I'm thinking it meant that members who have retired are entitled, if the loans do not exceed $50,000, they may have been entitled to participate in the program before. But let me not try to play lawyer here on the floor today, but it is something that we need to review and possibly clean up. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Carlwood or Mr. Dawson, on average, how many, if we assume that everybody who is eligible to receive a loan will get a maximum $10,000, based on the participation in the program right now, as far as members in the system, how many eligible persons, or how many persons may be eligible to receive a loan if we assume that each eligible person will take the maximum $10,000?
The math is really simple. $20 million divided by $10,000 is 2,000 loans.
Okay. So prior to removing the $10,000 aggregate in each district, it will be limited to 2,000 total.
Well, we don't know that everybody is going to apply for or qualify for the maximum amount. So that's why the chairman, I think earlier, indicated it would be better to set it based on an aggregate dollar amount than based upon a number of loans, because it'll vary the size of the loans depending on your contributions. Because remember, you only qualify for up to 75% of your contribution. So in some cases, if you've been working for 2 years, that may be well less than $10,000.
Correct. Thank you for that. With regards to the ceiling of the interest rate at 8%, I will definitely work with the GERS to make some adjustments, to put some safeguards in place to ensure that the members are protected somewhat, while at the same time we still offer a measure of flexibility to the GERS. So that is something that we will work with you to establish the language so that we can have appropriate language in the code. I am very hesitant to put fixed, hard and fast interest percentages in the code. That is really the reason why we push to eliminate the 8% hard and fast and to offer the flexibility to the system. Just like any other banking or lending institution would have. I'm a member of the St. Thomas Federal Credit Union Board of Directors, and on a monthly basis, we assess based on the market conditions what the interest rate that we will be imposing for that period would be. So that was really the logic and the rationale behind making the adjustment to the interest rate. However, I am respectful of your suggestions, colleagues, and we will impose some parameters to safeguard the members. With regards to the credit life insurance, do we know what the maximum age amount is? The maximum age amount to be eligible for credit life, is that 70 years of age? Let me see.
The program that was in place previously, that was the best information that the system had. That is why the age was set at 70. It may have changed, but we don't have any reason to believe that it has. It seems to be pretty much the standard age with regards to credit life insurance.
Okay.
At which point, if you go above that, you can get it, but it would be so cost prohibitive.
I got you.
And remember, it's paid by the borrower.
Correct. So is that a prerequisite in the past?
It was
that a prerequisite to?
It was a prerequisite in the past. It will be our practice going forward to make it optional, so that if the member who is borrowing wants to ensure that their contributions will in fact be available to their heirs should they die prematurely or otherwise, that they would have credit life insurance that they pay for that would then step in and repay the loan, and their contributions would be available to their heirs.
Okay, very good. I mean, clearly, colleagues, the loan program is one of the more reliable investments for the system. I mean, it's a guaranteed 8%. I mean, in some areas, it has exceeded what the standard investment portfolio would have yielded. I know recently the system have yielded a much better return over the past year.
A year or two.
The past couple of years.
Because of the markets, of course.
Because of the market, because of market forces. And so, I mean, just the whole logic and rationale is for us to put the workings of the system in the hands of the subject matter experts at GERS. These are the people who we have selected, in some cases elected, to serve and manage. These are the people who we have confirmed. We still have it in the law that they are required to come to the Senate. So I think it is incumbent upon us to trust the folks who are in charge of our pension program and give them the tools and give them the flexibility, to run an effective system. Madam Chair, colleagues, at the appropriate time, I ask you for your support in this measure with the commitment that we will prepare an amendment to put some parameters on the interest rates to protect the members from any exorbitant interest rates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Potter. I think you've made a compelling argument for the case that's before us today. I'm in my comedian mode. You guys know that I do that very well too. A lot of people don't do that, but I do. So I think I need to hear a motion or an amendment. Senator Blyden, you recognize your amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move amendment number 35.585 to Bill number 35.0196, offered by Senator Milton E. Potter. Bill number 35.0196 is amended in Section 3 by adding a subsection B that reads as follows. B. by striking the last sentence. Personal loans issued under this section are not subject to subsection B, paragraph 17, and shall not exceed the aggregate amount of $10 million per fiscal year per district for a maximum allocation of $20 million. I so move.
Amendment number 35-585 to Bill number 35-016 has been properly moved by Senator Marvin Blyden and seconded by Senator
Everybody.
Senator DeGraff, Senator Francis, I think I heard Senator Joseph, but she ain't on this committee. And Senator Fonseca. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator, that's the excitement to get this moved. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0196 as amended, an act to amend Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Sections 717C and Section 766C, to establish a deadline for the GERS to resume the personal loan program, remove the $10 million annual aggregate amount and the 8% interest rate cap, limit the system's liability to $75,000, and set a parameter in Section 717 that all loans must be structured such that the payoff date occurs before the retiree reaches age 70. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0196, as amended, has been properly moved by Senator Marvin Blyden, seconded by Novelli Francis Jr., Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion?
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yes. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yea.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna E. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.? Senator Javanese James Sr.?
Yes.
Madam Chair, 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0196, an act to amend Title 3 Virgin Islands Code Section 717C and 766C to establish a deadline for the GRS to resume the personal loan program, remove the $10 million annual aggregate amount and the 8% interest rate cap, limit the system liability to $75,000, and set a parameter in Section 717 that all loans must be structured such that the payoff date occurs before the retiree reaches age 70, as amended, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules Committee, the Rules and Judiciary Committee, for further consideration and action. All right, thank you. The leadership of the Government Employees Retirement System to give a 30-second close, and then we're going to conclude today's meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is democracy at its finest. We really appreciate the functioning of this committee today and its efficiency. I'd like to thank Senator Potter for bringing this measure that will be of assistance with regards to clarifying and cleaning up the language surrounding the loan program at the GERS, which is of great value to this community and our active members who are very much anticipating the restart of the program. I'd like to thank the chairman of the board for being with us here today and for, in fact, facilitating the limited restart of the loan program. He said on a program recently that it was one of the first things that I was confronted with as the administrator of the GERS, and we're certainly very pleased that we are in a position that we can restart the loan program, albeit on a limited basis. Hopefully we'll be able to expand it as we move on. But I would also like to indicate that while we spent a lot of time today on the loan program, the passage of the $75,000 cap on liability for the GERS is also very significant because we would like to deter frivolous suits for hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars that, even though we may ultimately prevail, costs us a tremendous amount of time and effort and money to defend ourselves against. So thank you very much, Senator Potter, Madam Chair, and all the members of this committee. Have a blessed rest of the day.
And thank you, and most definitely we look forward to seeing the amendments and for the, the experts, as the bill sponsor so eloquently stated, the importance of the experts to be involved, that we would see the amendments that, we can really be happy and proud that we are able to move and clean up the areas that needs to be cleaned up. So I'm just asking that we really look at it, take it seriously before it gets to the Rules Committee, because if it doesn't have the cleanup, then it's going to be a hard sell when it gets to the session day. So let's work together to get this done. Colleagues, I want to thank you for today. I learned that a former colleague who passed recently, Senator Williams, I can't recall her first name. She actually worked at education.
Irene?
Miss
Really?
Irene,
Oh,
yes.
wow.
Yeah, so her husband, who served as a colleague, as a senator, he recently passed. And we learned that she has since passed.
Long-time guidance
And we just
counselor
saw,
at
she was a
CHS.
guidance counselor at
Yes.
Charlton High School, and we just saw her on Sunday attending a birthday party for Mr. Bishop Industrious. So condolences to her family. Her husband actually is a distant family member of mine. So condolences to the family. And we have to just continue to keep each other in prayer and to really look out for our neighbors. This is a really tough time. It's just like every time you look around, we have to be our, there was a time when we were our neighbor's keeper, truly, and our brother's keepers. And I think it's time for us to get back to that place. It's been a tough time for all of us. So I believe that there's nothing else to add to this discussion today. We want to thank you for your time and thank you for spending the afternoon with us. And it's also always so good to see folks in my generation that's having these high-level discussions about the future of the Virgin Islands. It's just an awesome feeling. So I want to thank you for your time. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned.